second-ranked Cornhuskers are aiming for a national title, and the leader of the pack is quarterback Steve Taylor. Keith Jones is adding to the tradition of great Cornhusker I-backs, while the defense likes to hit and hurt. Cowboys are rushing to the top of the conference on the legs of Thurman Thomas. The Oklahoma State senior is leading the nation in rushing. And along with fiery coach Pat Jones, the Cowboys are off to their finest start in more than 40 years.
Second-ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers. And we got it all in front of me. Let's get this done. Let's go.
It's Nebraska versus Oklahoma State. College football next on CBS. With a glorious October afternoon here in the heart of Oklahoma. Lewis Field in Stillwater seats 50,000. We'll have at least that many here as the Cornhuskers of Nebraska meet the Cowboys of Oklahoma State. Both teams come in with 5-0 records. It's the best Oklahoma State start since 1945. Now for an update around the country, let's go to Jim Nantz in New York.
Welcome to New York on this big day of college football. As we speak, there are only 7 undefeated, untied teams in major college football. And today we have 3 of them in action here on CBS.
More than 50,000 expected this afternoon in Lewis Field, Stillwater, Oklahoma, equidistant between Oklahoma City and Tulsa, for this Big 8 encounter between the second-ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers and the 12th-ranked Oklahoma State Cowboys. The last Oklahoma State victory 26 years ago. It happened in the fall of 1961. Cliff Spiegel was the Oklahoma State coach then. Bill Jennings, the Nebraska coach. David Hanna punting for Oklahoma State. Nebraska's Willie Ross can't handle it. Tommy Word recovers for OSU on the 1-yard line, leading to the Cowboys' first score. Then late in the fourth quarter, Bill McFarland cinches OSU's victory with a 1-yard TD burst. 26 years ago, OSU beat Nebraska 14-6. It has been a long drought since then. Nebraska leads the series 24 games to 2 with one tie. That was in 1973. And here come the undefeated and second-ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers. Head coach Tom Osborne now in his 15th season and the 3rd most winning coach in NCAA football. And the Oklahoma State Cowboys 5-0 for the year, best start in 42 years. Their head coach now in his 4th season in Stillwater, 40-year-old Pat Jones. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Vern Lundquist, along with Dick Vermeil, and welcome to Stillwater, Oklahoma. Nebraska comes in with the acknowledged great program in football, one of the best in the country. Oklahoma State would like to get to that level. And, Dick, in that sense, what does this game mean and what do you expect?
Well, Vern, you have to realize this. There's no written rule in the Big 8 that says Nebraska or the best team has to win. Today, the teams are close enough matched that the team that plays the best will win the football game. Oklahoma State and their coaching staff, the squad, they're convinced that they're closely matched to Nebraska, and if they play up to or beyond their ability, to whip them. On the other hand, Nebraska, they're used to that responsibility of beating people at their best. They're confident they can do it, but they realize that Oklahoma is better than in the past.
Well, as the afternoon wears on, keep your eye on the special teams. Both of these teams, Oklahoma State and Nebraska, have terrific kicking outfits. We'll be back for the opening tip, the toy cards and the kick from Stillwater, Oklahoma, as CFA...
About the 39-yard line.
Yes. That's not unusual. It's the 17th time a Nebraska team has been 5-0. But it is unusual for Pat Jones's team. As a matter of fact, 1945 was the last time this team was 5-0. Pat Jones reminded them of it a week ago.
Let me remind y'all of one thing. Since the end of World War II, which was 1945, there has only been one team in the history of this university to start off 5-0, and it's us!
I rather Weller. Imagine he's been repeating that theme throughout the week, though it doesn't mean that much to the kids because they weren't born back then.
No, but with all that enthusiasm and intensity, I think the key to the coaching in this game is to keep his squad intense, but disciplined. Just don't go out there and fly around blindly.
Cold front moved through yesterday, didn't cause any problems, and we have a terrific afternoon, 71 degrees, 40% humidity. Forecast continued sunny and a slight breeze out of the south at 3 to 8 miles per hour. You know what's coming at the end of that sign. Yep, that's the Nebraska section, about 10,000 strong down here. Oklahoma State won the toss. Nebraska will kick off. Chris Drennan, number 16, will do the kicking chores for Nebraska, a sophomore from Cypress, California. And Oklahoma State is averaging 24.8 yards per kickoff return. Barry Sanders, number 21, and Mitch Nash are the two deep men.
This has been an exciting part of both teams' football, the return teams, and I think you fans watching the game don't get up and leave at a punt return and kickoff return time.
Drennan, a left footer. It'll come to the near side. That's a free ball, and finally Mitch Nash has to fall on it. He waited dangerously long, but then finally pounced on the floating football at the 11-yard line. At quarterback for Oklahoma State, a sophomore, Mike Gundy.
Exciting.
Garrett Limbrick won't carry the ball much because they have the All-American Thurman Thomas at tailback.
Number 1 in the country.
At the skill positions, the wide receivers, both 6'4", Hartley Dykes and Ronnie Williams. Ronnie Williams was a starting quarterback a year ago, early in the season. Gave way to this man, number 12, Mike Gundy. First down from the 11. Gundy's going deep on first down, and the receiver slipped. The pass is overthrown. Gerard Green, number 19, had come in with a special play to open the game, and he was there. At center for Oklahoma State, John Bovair. He is flanked by the guards, Chris Stanley and Doug Meacham. And the tackles, Mike Wolf and Byron Woodard.
Woodard, a 300-pounder.
Probably the best of that front bunch.
Definitely.
Really an average offensive line. The tight end is Brian Keith, and J.R. Dillard will play a lot in that spot, too. 2nd and 10. Thurman Thomas to the 14-yard line. He gained 3.
Vern, as you watch Thurman Thomas run, you'll note that when he gets into traffic and into cracks, he really lowers that center of gravity and finds that gap to run through.
There's Thomas. Nebraska's defense will line up this way. Lawrence Pete is the nose tackle. Others on the front line, Neil Smith and Tim Rother.
Quality pair.
Broderick Thomas and Jeff Jamrog are the ends. Gerard Green comes in as a third wide receiver again on 3rd and 7. Gundy with a straight drop back has time. Knocked down. It'll be 4th down. Intended for the tight end, Brian Keith, number 82. That brings up a 4th down. And the left-footed punter comes on.
It's a nice punt, Brian. He gets pretty good hang time out of it.
Dana Brinson. Good field position for the Cornhuskers at the 49-yard line. Steve Taylor will open at quarterback after that 44-yard punt and 8-yard return. Taylor missed last week with a shoulder injury. Micah Heibel and Keith Jones are the running backs. Wide receivers Rod Smith and Dana Brinson in the wingback spot. And it's first down 10, Nebraska from their 49-yard line. Pat Jones, the Oklahoma State coach, said the first 5 minutes of each half would be critical. From the eye. Pitch to Jones, comes right. Bounces off a tackle and picks up 3 additional yards to the 46-yard line of Oklahoma State. Wade Weller makes the tackle. At center for Nebraska, Jake Young. The offensive guards for the Cornhuskers, Andy Keeler, and the best of the bunch, John McCormick.
They say this guy is an all-American caliber player.
Bob Sledge and Kevin Leitner. Those haircuts look like 1961.
They look the part, don't they?
Yeah. Tom Banderas is the tight end. Todd Milliken also comes in now at a 2 tight end set. 2nd down and 5. tackle on Keith Jones.
Concentrate as we come back in the end zone replay on the offensive line play of the two big guards and center, just blocking in there, wedging the nose guard out of there. Now Jones goes flying up. There's a nice hole in there. Nice hole blocked by that powerful offensive line. Andy Kaler, Jake Young, and John McCormick.
13-18. Keith Jones also sat out last week's romp over Kansas with an injury. Gets the handoff on the counterplay, comes right, and his men are driven down by a trio of tacklers led by Wade Weller, number 28, a redshirt former walk-on, now a senior from Tulsa. One of the 11 on defense for Oklahoma State. Let's take a look at who all they have out there. Defensive line, Reuben Oliver starts at nose guard.
He's just a freshman.
Marcus Jones and David Bailey are the tackles.
David Bailey's been the most outstanding.
Ricky Shaw and Ron Williams at the end. Second down, 8. No score, opening moments of the game. Dive play left. Taylor pitches and drops. David Bailey's got him.
Steve Taylor, the quarterback, to the right of your screen, man in motion. Hilly coming down the line of scrimmage now, fakes the fullback, comes out. Great defensive line play. He cancels the fullback going in on the dive, then takes the quarterback. Nice job by David Bailey, number 98.
3rd and 11 for the Cornhuskers. For the season, they are averaging an excellent 50% of third down conversions.
Most of those are short yardage.
Exactly, Dick. Taylor back, in trouble. This is where he's so dangerous, but he cannot get out of the tackle. Marcus Jones, number 60.
Big Marcus Jones. That's the second sack on the year for him.
And that brings in another element of this game because John Croker is back to punt for Nebraska. He's had a very inconsistent year. Barry Sanders is the #1 punt returner in the country. There's Croker, 36.4. Barry Sanders waits at the 10. He's already returned 2 for touchdowns this season. Nice high kick. Sanders lets it go over his head.
Moves it out to the 20.
Touchback. The Oklahoma State defense has held on its first test of the afternoon.
Introducing Toyota Corolla for 1988. Dramatic new looks that'll literally stun you. Performance that'll surprise you. And value that is legendary. For 1988, it's a whole new dimension for Corolla. Toyota quality. Who could ask for anything more?
I'm State Farm Agent Jim Cornwell. When I first insured John and Susan Rager, I told them my job was just beginning. Now there's a new car in the family, a new home, and a new Rager, John Lawton. We just got together for a family insurance checkup. That's State Farm's way of helping you keep up with all your changing insurance needs. Because if you're anything like the Ragers, things can change pretty fast.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Tomorrow, there's NFL replacement game action as the New Orleans Saints take on Mike Ditka and the Chicago Bears. It all starts with the NFL Today on CBS Sports.
This is Jim Nance in New York. They're going crazy at the Carrier Dome. The first play from scrimmage, Rob Moore takes the pass 80 yards after a Penn State defender fell down. Touchdown for Syracuse, 7-0 in the opening minute. Let's go back to Vernon Dick.
Hi, Jim. Isn't that interesting that Syracuse tried that long play? That's exactly what Oklahoma State had in mind when they went deep to Gerard Green, but Gundy overthrew him. So we are scoreless with 11 minutes to go. First quarter, Gundy will throw again. He's such a terrific scrambler. Finds his tight end out of the double tight end set. No, it's the wide receiver, Hartley Dykes. The junior out of Bay City, who was the #1 receiver in the Big 8 with 32 coming in.
Mike Gundy, the quarterback, always is on the verge of scrambling. Now he's right in the middle of your screen. Now he won't stay there very long. See, he moves out of that pocket, throws the crossing patterns, in this case to Hartley Dykes, who's a big physical receiver, and you better tackle him and hang on because he can run out of those arm tackles.
Gerard Green enters the lineup now on first down 10, taking the place of Ronnie Williams. First and 10, Oklahoma State. Gundy, two-step drop, fires it high, caught by Gerard Green, the junior out of Port Arthur, Texas. Tackles made by Lorenzo Hicks and Mark Blazek. Let's complete the Nebraska defense. Leroy Etienne and Steve Forch are the linebackers.
Outstanding pair.
And the defensive secondary, Hicks, who just made that tackle, along with Charles Fryer, Brian Washington, and Mark Blazek. Second down and 3. Pat Jones looks on. A double tight end set now on this short yardage situation for Oklahoma State. They fake it to Thurman Thomas. Gundy fires it out. Nice little nifty play. Thurman Thomas, having taken the fake, gets the pass.
You know what happens so many times in those situations is that the defense watches the ball. They see the handoff. Then they see the quarterback take it out. Then they drop attention. They break away from him and look to the quarterback. Then he sneaks out of the backfield and takes a little check down. First down.
Mike Gundy was the Big 8 Offensive Player of the Week for his performance a week ago in the win over Colorado. 21 of 28. And he's hitting 63% of his passes.
He's 56% on his career, and he's got 2 years to go.
Coaches said if he'd learned to throw short, he'd be hitting 75%. Here's Thurman Thomas. Thurman Thomas with 5 consecutive 100-yard-plus games this season.
He is a great running back. Regardless, at any level, when you watch this guy run, he will run successfully in the National Football League.
2 years ago as a sophomore, Thurman Thomas had a terrific season, 1,650 yards.
He's only 47 yards off that pace this year.
Then he had an ankle injury. It bothered him most of last year, knee surgery rather. And he was down around a 700-yard season. Second down and 13, Gundy on the roll. Lobs it out for Hartley. Dykes diving try, incomplete at the 21. Curtis Mayfield it was.
Number 17, he's another pretty good receiver, 6'1". He looks bigger and heavier than the 165 pounds as listed, but he was in the slot, sort of ran an out and up.
There's that Syracuse-Penn State score. The 80-yard reception in the first play, and Notre Dame over Air Force. They haven't handled Air Force in recent years. 3 wide receiver set on 3rd and 13. Oklahoma State is an excellent 56% on third down conversions, but most of them are 3rd and 5 or less.
High snap.
Gundy dropped at the 39. Neil Smith, number 99.
What really fouls up a quarterback in the shotgun formation, Vern, is when you get the high snap, as you'll see to the right side of your screen. Now he cannot read the defense. It's a little tougher to locate his receivers. He moves up inside the rush, starts to scramble, then comes Lee Smith, number 99, Neil Smith, rather, and this guy can really fly that defensive end.
That will bring on for Pat Jones, Kerry Cooper.
Great punt.
The punter. Dana Brinson waits for it. Heads right, looks for the wall. Can't find it. Down to 15. Flag is down. Way upfield at the 35.
Vern, do you think these kids are fired up? Holy mackerel. They're coming right out of their helmets.
That was Mako Moore who made the tackle. And our referee is John McClintock, and we'll check the infraction. Looks like it'll be against Nebraska.
With the clipping penalty on the run back, it'll be first down.
And that first down will come from the 7.5-yard line. Nebraska's second offensive possession of the first quarter, 8:20 to go, no score.
Well, if Pat Jones' prediction that the first 5 minutes of the ballgame is going to be critical, he's doing all right now.
Timeout has been called, 8:20 to go, scoreless first quarter. 145-pound strong free safety.
Direct your attention on this replay from the end zone on the offensive lineman and fullback blocking at the point of attack. We're going to come at the low angle now. Watch the slow angle, Vern. Watch the big lineman pull. Here they go, getting out there, fullback. Micah Hebel, watch the kickback block right there. Bang! Oh, it was right up in front of the official. Look at that hold. Nice hold. Good speed, too. He gets through that. Doesn't take much time.
That was Micah Heibel, but there was a penalty, and they'll wipe it out.
Still be first down.
I didn't hear what the infraction was, so they'll go back inside the 5. First down and 13. Holding was the call, half the distance. Power eye set. They tried a left guard spot, nothing there.
Why, Sim Drain, number 53, the inside linebacker for Oklahoma State, really stepped up and took on Micah Heibel, number 48, the fullback, and stuffed the point of attack.
Both teams have been stingy on defense in the first quarters of the 5 games they've played. Both have given up exactly 1 touchdown.
Isn't that amazing?
It
5
is.
games played and give up 1 touchdown.
And field position now in favor of Oklahoma State after the opening sequence. Handley Hawkins has come in as a wingback now. And again, the power eye set on 2nd and 12. That's Jones in motion. And Taylor wants to pass. Has a man wide open. The tight end, Tom Banderas. First down, out of bounds at the 27-yard line.
With the strong running attack, linebackers automatically have to acknowledge the run. They do. The tight end crossing from the left side of your screen. Tom Banderas, 87, there he is in the middle of your screen. Big, strong guy at 245 pounds. He can move.
Banderas is out. Milliken in. 1st and 10. Little quick flip left side. Dana Brinson. Across the 50 to the 45-yard line.
The quarterback on this play, Steve Taylor, is faking away from a quick screen. See him draw the linebackers to the defensive left. Now he throws back with big Bob Sledge, number 62, the offensive tackle out there. Follow his block. Boom, he gets a block right there. Now he's upfield and running, and this Brinson can really move.
Thus, from a 2nd down and 12,
they're moving the ball in chunks.
Inside the 7, Brinson coming in with 6 receptions. It's 1st and 10, Nebraska at the 45. They fake the dive, pitch out. Jones tackled at the 35. Now to find out what else is happening in college football, let's go back to our studios and Jim Nance.
All right, Vern, a little breathing room now for LSU, only leading 14-9 at halftime over Kentucky. 2 touchdowns in the 3rd. Here's one by Eddie Fuller, 45 yards, and it's now 28-9 to Tigers. And to update Florida's Emmitt Smith, not as serious as first thought. Only a sprained wrist. He should return to the game. Let's go back to Vernon Dick.
2nd down, Michael Heibel, the fullback, gets the carry, and that's a 1st down, Nebraska, inside the 30.
And he doesn't get the carry very often. He probably gets really excited when he hears his number called in the huddle, because they're going to give the ball to Keith Jones more often than not, and the other guys with the great speed.
Oklahoma is the leading rushing team in the country, but Nebraska not that far behind. Under 100 yards back behind Air Force.
Playing a tough schedule, too.
1st down and 10 as Steve Taylor looks over the OSU defense. Blitz is threatened. Taylor pops it out, has a man free. There's a flag down. Rod Smith, touchdown at the play stand.
What a great execution on that drive. You have a penalty.
Here's John McClintock.
Offside on the defense. The penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
That's a touchdown for Rod Smith.
Rod Smith faked the option play, runs the slant pattern to Rod Smith. Everybody playing run, hits it for a big one. You have to tackle that slant man. You can't let him hit that crack.
That's the 13th catch for the senior out of Thornton, Colorado, and his 3rd touchdown this year. And the Cornhuskers take an early lead as Chris Drennan, the sophomore from California, comes on to tack on the extra point.
Now from way up on top, you'll notice the quarterback reverse pivot. The same action he starts the option with. Now he throws the slant, driving slant pattern right in there. Defensive back cannot make the tackle. Breaks it, runs in there for the 6-point play.
So Nebraska draws first blood. They score with 5:48 to go. First quarter.
If you were stranded on
92 yards in 6 quick plays, and Rod Smith gets the touchdown at the 5:48 mark of the first quarter.
Now that 6 plays for a touchdown is a little faster than they've been doing it all year. Nebraska's been scoring a touchdown every 14 plays, and believe me, Vern, that's outstanding.
Well, they just cut the average in more than half. That's right.
That's a machine.
Drennan will kick off. Barry Sanders, who started this season with a 100-yard kickoff, is back to return, and they kick it away from it. It is Sanders, number 21.
He has some shake. Look at that.
That's one reason Oklahoma State is averaging 24.8 yards per kickoff return.
And he's averaging 32 yards a return. This is something, Vern, you can't coach. Now follow the running back. He picks up a good block, and he sees things. He has good vision. Now look at that little shake and break there. Now watch him drop his hips down right here. See him get the center of gravity down, gives him a shake. He's going to break back around. Good spin move. That's athletic talent, not coaching.
1st and 10, Oklahoma State. They trail as Barry Sanders looks on. 7-0, Nebraska. Ronnie Williams is the motion man. Thurman Thomas tripped up as he gets near the 28-yard line. Fumble. Nebraska's ball. First fumble this year for Thurman Thomas.
First fumble for Thomas, coming into this ball game with 120 carries. Let's see, he had the ball tucked away nicely. Here's the line of scrimmage. It's going to be handed off deep. It's a good exchange. He has the ball in 2 hands. Now he tucks it away. He's up in the air. It's pulled away. He gets the ball out away from his body. Now that is number 80.
Broderick Thompson.
Broderick Thompson. He makes those big plays.
Jamrod recovered it. First fumble for Thurman Thomas. And Nebraska with a chance to increase the lead. Taylor. Good nail. Good play. Ricky Shaw. Senior out of Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Now they call him a defensive end. Stand-up position guy. He's 6'4", 230, and he gets after you. He can whip the tight ends, and he can move to the football.
Sellout crowd on hand as Nebraska comes to town, trying to keep alive a victory streak that has reached 25 in a row. 2nd down, 11. Taylor in trouble again. This time it's the nose tackle, Reuben Oliver.
Reuben Oliver, 55, the nose tackle, is a freshman, and this is his first start. Now, he'll be stunning. See him slant around to the right corner of your screen. He's coming right around on the quarterback. The quarterback didn't see that man coming around from the outside. He saw the defensive end, or tackle as they call it, crashing. Thought he had a secure play. Ended up not being a good play.
3rd down and 13. 4:20 to go, first quarter. Richard Bell is the motion man. Quarterback draw, and Taylor dances down to the 27-yard line. Short of the first down, it will be a field goal attempt. Ricky Shaw makes the tackle, number 97. And a player's down, Dick, for Oklahoma State. It's Ricky Shaw, the man who made the stop.
He came into the ball game with an injured shoulder and was having problems with it. I saw him in the practice field, and you did too Friday. Remember? He went down and either, no, it wasn't Friday. It's the day before.
Thursday.
It was Thursday.
We've been here a long time.
Yeah, we've been here a while. Let's see if we can see what happened on the play. He'll be to the right side of your screen. Now he's folding back inside. He'll be coming from your right side. There he is, number 98, making the play, going down. Really, it doesn't tell us much right there.
Lost his helmet. May have caught an elbow in the face, but he's up. Timeout has been called. We'll be right back. 4:12 to go, first quarter. Nebraska trying to capitalize on the Thurman Thomas fumble. Chris Drennan didn't try a field goal the first 3 games. He is 5 of 5 for the season, but his longest has been 43, and that's what this one is.
Looked like they put his kicking foot on the wrong side of his body. Coming from the left there.
Plenty of distance. No good.
That's his first miss.
So the Cornhuskers unable to capitalize on the Thurman Thomas fumble, and Oklahoma State gets it back, still trailing by 7.
It looks like the ball hooked to the right. Now remember, he's a left-footed kicker. Nice placement, good snap. He gets it down, and he hooks it to the right with the swing of the leg coming on around. There it is, clearly out of bounds of that goal post. That goal post is 23 feet 4 inches wide. You ought to be able to hit that one, didn't you?
Mike Gundy back at quarterback. fakes the draw play. No, hands it off to Thurman Thomas. The senior out of Missouri City, Texas, and Neil Smith makes the tackle, number 99. In his career against Nebraska, Thurman Thomas has yet to rush for 100 yards.
And they're 15-1. 15 wins and 1 loss when he rushes for 100 yards, so it's important that he gets 100 yards.
His best effort against Nebraska was his sophomore season when he gained 71. Had only 12 as a freshman and 33 last year. And 6 yards on 4 carries today. Here's Gundy as a man. Ronnie Williams, number 15 from Wichita Falls, Texas.
Now here's a guy that was a quarterback just a year ago and not a bad quarterback. Good drop back pass. He's a big guy at 6'4", 220. Quarterback coming straight back. Little play action. Frees the linebackers. That clears that zone underneath for him to come back inside. Now Lorenzo Hicks comes in and makes the play. You've got to give that guy a little cushion because he's big and physical, and he can beat you deep as well.
There's Ronnie Williams, who was a starter the first 3 games last year. And against Houston, had a bad first half. They replaced him with a true freshman, Gundy, moved him to wide receiver. And if you're wondering if they might not take advantage of him at wide receiver with his passing ability, the answer is yes. And if you think Nebraska is not aware of it, the answer is no. They're very much aware of it.
We sat there the other day and talked to Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator. He says, with all those quarterbacks they have spread around at different positions, we're ready for everything. There's Jones. I like those intense guys, you know, and it rubs off on the players.
3rd and 1.
I think they made that burn.
Quarterback sneak up the middle.
You know, getting back to Ronnie Williams, this guy's problem was not that he couldn't throw the ball. He just threw it to the wrong color jersey too often. He had 22 pass interceptions and only 6 touchdowns. Now, he'd still be playing quarterback if he turned that around.
Oklahoma State gets the first down. They move the chains with 3:15 to go first quarter. And the Cowboys trail. There's Ronnie Williams, 6'4", 220. And on the other side, Hartley Dykes, 6'4", 206. And the cornerbacks for Nebraska are small. Incomplete. Hartley Dykes, the intended receiver.
This guy came through the coach's offices the other day, and he can't even sit still. I'm talking about Mike Gundy. He's one of those gym rat guys. He's always around the gym, and he's an honor student. He was an honor student in high school, a national honor student. But he just loves athletics, and he loves to be in that atmosphere of the gym, and there's a little bit of that in his personality as he plays quarterback.
Terrific scrambler. Terrific scrambler. 2nd down and 10.
Trying to solve a problem on the defensive stand, I'm sure.
Thurman Thomas dragged down by the shirt. Steve Forch, the linebacker, number 38, made the stop and comes up limping. Doug Welniak is his backup, and we'll see if they send Welniak in. Pat Jones is, by percentage, the winningest coach in the history of Oklahoma State after 40 games. Lynn Pappy Waldorf is number 2.
The old University of California great football coach in the late 40s. Got the opportunity to know him pretty well when I was coaching at Stanford as a young assistant. Outstanding man, now deceased.
3rd and 12. Gundy, play fake, in trouble. Incomplete to the tight end, Brian Keith.
See, that's where he's really effective. Here's what I was talking about earlier. He gets back there. Actually, the coaches like to see him scramble. He comes off the play fake. He has great awareness where everybody is. Now, here,
Jamrog.
Jamrog, you know, chasing him a little bit, and this is when he's dangerous. This is when he comes up with the big play.
However, that one didn't work, so Gundy's on the bench. Kerry Cooper on the punt, and that is a superb punt. Dana Brinson waits for it, makes the catch, driven down at the 20-yard line.
This is what they wanted to do. They wanted to kick the ball to the sideline and defense a smaller area of the field. Well done that time.
Coming up tomorrow after that 46-yard punt, the NFL today begins at 12:30 Eastern, and then the Saints at Chicago. Most of you will see that. The Rams at Atlanta, Philly at Green Bay. Second game tomorrow, the Giants at Buffalo, St. Louis at San Francisco. As this confusing circumstance in the NFL comes to a conclusion, the replacement teams will play tomorrow for the final team time. 50,000 on hand here at Lewis Field in Stillwater. Pitch out left, Keith Jones. Boy, he's getting through that line of scrimmage.
He really is. That time, Sim Drain, number 53, the right linebacker, committed inside. And it's fine if you commit inside, but you better make the play. If you don't make the play, then you're not there to fill it when they get off tackle. That happened on that play. And this guy has that great speed, one of the fastest players ever at Nebraska. And when you compare the great people they've had in the past, you're saying a lot.
Biggest play of his season thus far was the 62-yard run that salted the win over Arizona State. 2nd down and 1. And they slip it to the fullback, Micah Heibel, number 48. Marcus Jones with a tackle. That should be good for the first down. Keith Jones on the left, Thurman Thomas on the right. And Jones with a 6.2 yards per carry average, and they are number 1 and 2 in the Big 8. And Thomas with a narrow lead over Emmett Smith, the Florida freshman sensation.
And Jones led the Big 8 last year in rushing with 830 yards and 14 touchdowns.
Thurman Thomas led it a couple of years ago. Double tight end set now. Morgan Gregory, the wide receiver. They pitch it. And again, he breaks the tackle at the line of scrimmage, and a big gain for Keith Jones.
You know, Keith Jones is running more physical than I have seen him run on television in the past. He's only 5'10", 180 pounds, but he's breaking tackles. Tailback deep to the left of your screen, toss it to him, gets it tucked away. Good blocks at the point of attack. Now, good balance. See him put the hand down, come up. Not going down on first contact.
You know what that indicates to me, too, Dick, is that big offensive line of Nebraska is winning the battle up front.
They are. They really manhandle them a little bit up there at 270, 265, 250, 270. And I actually think they're bigger than they list them in the program. I saw those guys on the field yesterday. Vernon, what did I say to you?
Said they were bigger than your Eagle team.
They look bigger and more physical than my football teams in pro football.
Well, they have a 30-pound per man average across the line. And that may really tell in the fourth quarter. There's Tom Osborne looking on.
That's what Tom said hopes happens, is wear him down.
Taylor with a play fake and a run-pass option. He'll keep it.
Ooh, nice shot.
Marcus Jones, number 60, makes the tackle.
Now, Steve Taylor's going to come out here, not the true down-the-line option. This is a run-pass option. See the ball up there like that? That's to try to keep the linebackers dropping. Now he starts to cut back, and here comes Marcus Jones at 245 pounds and gives him lunch. Out of Fresno, ended up in San Diego at Lincoln High School. It's a long ways from home to be playing in Nebraska, isn't it?
It is indeed. 2nd down, 3 wide receiver set. They try the wingback reverse. Dana Brinson, 1st down, Nebraska.
Dana Brinson is a kid that came to Nebraska. He contacted the coaches. He was being recruited by everybody else. He's out of Georgia. He says, Coach, I'd like to go to Nebraska. Will you come down and evaluate me? They did. Here he is playing for Nebraska.
And they stopped the chain on the 1st down. Or stopped the clock, rather.
You know, Vern, if we get any higher up here, they're going to have to give us oxygen by halftime. Hopefully, are we up here?
We don't have the blimp here, folks, but we're at the same level he would be hovering. That's the end of the first quarter with our score. Nebraska 7, Oklahoma State nothing. CBS Sports coverage continues after this message and a word from your local station. They tried the draw play. Keith Jones knocked off his feet at the 37-yard line. One of the few unsuccessful first down plays for the Cornhuskers so far. They have been averaging, Dick, 7.9 yards on first down.
That's outstanding. That's beyond outstanding. That's almost not real. The Oklahoma State staff is going to have to continue with their game plan and add a few more stunts, dogs, and try to get the minus yardage on first down. They can't take them on physically.
Nebraska comes in with an average of 453 yards per game, and they're well on track with that after their first quarter effort. 2nd down and 9. Now power eye set. Taylor still has it and looks back to his left, settles for his secondary receiver and overthrows it. It'll be 3rd and 9.
He wanted to go to deep to Tom Banderas. It wasn't there. Well covered by Mel Gillum, number 2.
You said during the break that you thought this was a critical defensive series early for Oklahoma State.
Well, if they can stop them here, that gives them psychological momentum. But if they don't, that puts them down 14-0. And playing catch-up with Nebraska is tough. I mean, it's tough enough to play them even, let alone catch-up.
3rd and 9. 3rd and 10 officially. From the 37-yard line. Backs in the eye. Brian Carpenter has come in now.
They're coming after him.
Flag is down. Jones passed too high. Jones, the intended receiver.
There they were coming after him. They're going to commit some linebackers that time. One of them might have gotten there just a little too soon. Coach Osborne back there. One of the outstanding coaches of any era, really, when you start thinking you win.
False start on the offense.
You win 81% of your games. That's not too bad, is it?
Not at all. Now, this is interesting. They take the penalty instead of decline it. It would, well, wait a minute. May have been a dead ball. It was a dead ball. That's right. That's why he said dead ball, so I'd remember that.
Yeah.
Dead ball, so there was no option. It'll be 3rd and 14.
In all my years of coaching, Friday was the first time I had the opportunity to meet Tom Osborne. And I was actually really excited. Well, it really was.
I think it's a heck of a tribute to the Nebraska program, and you were, and I know that. And one of the reasons you wanted to come to Stillwater was to meet Coach Osborne. 3rd and 14. Blitz is faked. Dive play to the fullback, Brian Carpenter, and the junior from Ole, Kansas, is stuffed. So Oklahoma State has held, second time they have done that inside the 40-yard line.
What a difference in areas in the country. When I was coaching at UCLA on 3rd and 12 or 13, if I'd have run the fullback in the middle, they'd have started booing right in the first quarter. They'd get after you something fierce. Hey, let's get that ball downfield, they'd say.
John Croker is on to punt. They're out of field goal range, and Barry Sanders drifts back. Croker was an extraordinarily talented athlete in high school.
Yeah, he was a wide receiver. Beyond that, he was a 3.8 student. That's not too bad.
Averaged 46 yards per punt in the senior year. But has had problems this season, and it goes into the end zone.
Didn't do it. Almost.
Just missed.
Just missed. Good special teams play. Missed it by an inch. Look how close this is. This ball could have been sitting first down and 99 yards to go. The ball's bouncing to the left corner of your screen. See, he is standing in the end zone. Just moved a little too far.
A 46-yard Croker punt. Oklahoma State gets the ball back 80 yards away.
Do something. Anything.
Number 74 is in at the nose tackle, 5'10", 240. Lee Jones, number 98, is in at right tackle, and John Marco, 93.
Now you can see why they can wear you down by rotating these big guys. And these guys substitute themselves in the ballgame. That's the confidence the coaches have.
Gundy with a play fake, goes deep, and he overthrows a wide-open receiver at the 43. Hartley Dykes.
He wasn't quite as open as it appeared to you, Vern. He had to lay the ball over the top of a defender, and he didn't have room to go for it when that close to the sideline.
Gundy, 5 of 11 for 44 yards. Came down to a choice of Oklahoma or Oklahoma State for Mike Gundy. He's out of Midwest City.
Yeah, but remember this, his dad attended Oklahoma State. Yeah. And, you know, where you eat is a little bit more important.
3rd down and 4. Gundy flips it left side. Thomas in
Great
trouble.
defensive play. That John Marco, now a backup outside linebacker, came in there and made a nice play. Swing pass. He looks downfield first. Gundy takes the ball straight back in the middle of your screen. He looks downfield to try to get the linebackers to drop straight back. Now he turns and lays it out there trying to get the screen. But here comes the defensive end. John Marco making a very nice play. They just couldn't get out there to get him blocked.
Makes it 4th down. Kerry Cooper will punt. Rod Smith and Dana Brinson deep, and Nebraska averaging 18 yards per return.
Great punt.
That is a terrific punt. Brinson over the shoulder at the 15. Now, he may have outkicked his coverage. Not quite. Out to the 34-yard line.
That was a great punt. I don't know how far it was, but it was out there.
61-yard punt.
61-yard punt. And there's no wind really to push it that far. He just punted it that far.
18 on the return, and Kerry Cooper, the senior from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, put all 160 pounds into that one. 1st down, 10 Nebraska. They lead on a 29-yard first quarter touchdown toss. Taylor to Rod Smith. They come to the left side.
Oh, great block.
Dana Brinson, the wingback.
Kevin Leitner, the big offensive right tackle at 285 pounds, pulled all the way around the point, that guy, and he just dropped the guy dead right there, 57. Here he is, big Kevin Leitner, to the top side of your screen. See him pulling right there? It's behind the offensive guard. Now he gets outside, right to the right corner. Boom! Look at, watch this. That is what you call a power block. Number 45, Rod Smith, gets put on his canasta.
2nd down and 4. And a huge opening for Ken Clark, number 32, who'd come in at tailback, or I-back more specifically.
Lewis Campbell, the defensive coordinator for Oklahoma State, said, Dick, we can't take these guys on physical. Remember that in the meeting. He says, we got to stunt, and right now the stunts aren't stopping them.
Ken Clark was a redshirt a year ago, sat out the season. We want to welcome those of you who've been watching Syracuse and Penn State. I'm Vern Lundquist along with Dick Vermeil. 7-0 Nebraska leads, and they're moving now. They have had the offensive domination, though they haven't scored one. They've only scored one. That's Brian Carpenter, tackled by Sim Drain, number 53 of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Another fine gain on first down, where Nebraska has been terrific so far in the ball game. 50,000 on hand here in Stillwater, a battle of unbeaten, second-ranked Nebraska against 12th-ranked Oklahoma State. The first time since 1945 that Oklahoma State comes in with a 5-0 record. Second down and 3. Nebraska rather. Ken Clark goes right, gets a good block. First down at the 28-yard line. Nebraska continues to move. So we'll send those of you watching Syracuse and Penn State back to Brent Musburger. Another Nebraska first down with 10:56 to go in the half. This is the 4th time they have been inside the 40. Missed a field goal, scored a touchdown, had the punt on the previous forays into this territory. First and 10. Cornhuskers. Clark comes left. Oh, he's got a crack. Looks for the downfield block and gets a push. Bounces off the tackle. Touchdown.
They're just physically stronger.
28-yard run for Ken Clark. Sophomore out of Omaha, who came in with 169 yards rushing. And it was Melvin Gillum, the cornerback, who was downfield trying to make the tackle. Chris Drennan on for the extra point. Up and good.
Concentrate on the fullback right in the middle of your screen. Brian Carpenter, as he blocks the defensive end on the left corner of your screen, gets him out right there, giving the room up inside. Now the running back Clark started up inside, then broke it outside, constricted the defense, and they all got shut off inside. No inside-out pursuit. And here's the result.
28 for the score and a 14-0 Nebraska lead. Matt Jones can't be pleased thus far. His team has been outrushed or out offense 217 to 35 and outscored by 14. Here's Drennan. Barry Sanders and Mitch Nash are deep. Short kick taken by Mitch Nash, and he gets it out near the 27-yard line. That last drive, another impressive offensive performance. 67 yards this time in only 5 plays. Remember, they went 92-6 earlier. Took only 2 minutes, and Ken Clark got the touchdown. Oklahoma State, Dick, needs a spark.
Well, if there's anybody that can give it to him, it's got to be Gundy. He's the guy that everybody in town's talking about. He's the guy that coaching staff has tremendous confidence in, but he can't do it by himself. The battle is being lost in the line of scrimmage, not in the backfield or in the secondary. It's being lost on the line of scrimmage.
From the 26, first down and 10. Gundy back, has a man open across the middle. The pass incomplete, thrown just a little bit behind him. Steve Forch defending on Ronnie Williams. Elsewhere in college football today, Michigan rolls over Hayden Fry's Iowa team by 27 points. That's a final, and we are live from Lewis Field in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Vern Lundquist along with Dick Vermeil, where Nebraska is rolling. They lead 14-0. They have had drives of 92 and 67 yards, and we've got 10:21 to go first half. Out of the shotgun, Gundy. Defensive stunts in the line, and Gundy scrambling. Lobs it and overthrows Thurman Thomas. He threw it away.
Now, Vern, this scramble right there even though that is not a called play, it's a rehearsed play, a reaction that they go through on the practice field. We saw the drill on Thursday where he takes the ball, goes back with a called pattern. Then if it breaks down and starts scrabbling, all the receivers have an assignment rule now. I go with a quarterback. I stay spread out. I don't cover myself. I get open. And that's what they were trying to do there once he started to scramble. It's a rehearsed, organized play.
3rd and 10. And the shotgun again. Gundy across the middle, deep, has a man. Gerard Green, first down at the 45-yard line. Jeff Tomjack makes the tackle.
Nebraska doesn't play a lot of coverages. Now, you'll watch Nebraska deep in your screen now. They're playing zone. They're not covering anybody man-to-man. There's the hole in that zone right there. They put the ball right where he had to. He almost drops it right there. And Tomczak comes up, the pre-med student, and puts him down. Pretty good hitter for a doctor, huh?
1st and 10. Oklahoma State at their own 45. They'll throw it again, and they'll throw it deep into double coverage. Battle for the ball. Caught! Hartley Dykes, 1st and goal.
Actually, in many cases, that ball would have been intercepted. He goes up inside the zone. Now the safeties pick him up. Mark Blazik, number 23. There's Blazik right there trying to come. He's right in, actually shoves off. He actually pushed him away and ends up making the catch. Heads up play. Did you see him, Vern? He actually shoved Mark Blazik. The officials didn't see it. Hey, don't see it, doesn't count. First down.
They say he's got good hands. You saw 2 examples of it. 1st and goal. Pitch out. Thurman Thomas jammed up at the 5. Thurman Thomas and Hartley Dykes came in the same class. And there's a flag down.
The one thing Nebraska can't do is say, hey, we've got 14 points. Let's relax and just have fun. There's no fun in a football game until it's over and you've won.
Face mask, Nebraska. Pat Jones looks on. I think there was an interesting circumstance last night. Pat Jones took his roster, his team, to a movie. They went to one of those multiple cinema places. Tom Osborne took his Nebraska team to a movie. They wound up at the same place. The movie let out. The 2 teams came out to get on the buses, and they had a confrontation. And Pat Jones told us there's a little finger pointing, and it got a little tense.
Well, they should have saved the energy right now. They could use it. It goes beyond finger pointing down there in that goal line area.
Jones unhappy at the moment with something. And timeout is going to be called because there was an offensive mix-up.
Reminds me of somebody I used to know.
I'm kind of glad we don't have a mic on the Dick Vermeil look-alike.
Kodacolor VRG 200 film.
That's good. They pitch it back left side.
They're really blocking that point of attack. Wherever they want to run, they block it and run there.
Ken Clark makes the run, and Jerry Deckard the tackle. Nebraska leads 14-zip. Oklahoma State with a 1st and goal at the 2.
Boy, did that pop your balloon right there? Oh. An interception down there. That really can deflate a football team regardless. And it's really good. They've got to be mentally tough right now. Mentally tough right now, Vern. They really do.
LSU rolling over Kentucky. 1st and 10. Option play. Taylor still has it. And he picks up a quick 5 out to the 35.
Ball's on the Nebraska 35.
That enthusiasm after the 47-yard catch by Hartley Dykes is dissipated now, as Oklahoma State squandered a wonderful opportunity to cut the lead in half. Amazing how 50,000 can quiet down so quickly. 2nd down. They come to the left, reverse to Dana Brinson. Taylor's in front, and they've got him fooled. Melvin Gillum is the only man who can make the stop, and then Taylor trips up his own man as he was trying to lay the block on Melvin Gillum. Rod Smith came over to help on the tackle.
Well-executed reverse. Contained man in this case. It appeared to be the defensive lineman David Bailey on that side. Number 98. They got outside him. Follow the quarterback now. He makes the toss. Now see him. He reverses around. He's looking for immediate penetration. He doesn't see any. Now he gets on his outside hip. Dana Brinson's out there. Now watch this lead blocked by a quarterback. Not too bad. Not too bad for a quarterback.
First down after the 26-yard gain. Micah Heibel, the fullback, inside the 35 to the 34, where Rod Smith makes the tackle. Colgate and Army in the third quarter, and Penn losing to Navy. As you check other Ivy League scores, our score 14-0 here, and Oklahoma State just squandered a first down and goal from the 2 with a Charles Fryer interception in the end zone.
I wasn't surprised they threw that fade pass because that was in the game plan. That's what they thought they had to do down there.
Well, and you figure 6'4 over 5'10", the odds are with you. Second down. Pop, fumble. Oklahoma State has it.
That's the break they needed.
Jake Young is the center, and he has a tendency to snap the ball a little quickly.
To the left of your screens, concentrate on the center. See, he snaps the ball just a little bit early, which has no effect actually on this fumble play. The ball's going out underneath the power arm. Great tackle by Jerry Deckard, who comes up there and actually knocks it out with his helmet and shoulder pad.
Sim Drain made the recovery. Oklahoma State gets it back, but they're at their own 31, trailing by 14. 7:23 to go, first half. Gundy in trouble, caught and dropped. Broderick Thomas, number 89.
89 and 99, Neil Smith getting good pressure.
This defensive line, Dickie, is so quick.
Right, Broderick Thomas coming from the right side of your screen, number 89. He just goes right up over over Thurman Thomas that time, and that's a physical mismatch at 195. But good technique on the part of the running back. He can block that guy, but he's got to get square right up underneath the man.
Gundy now 8 of 17. It's second down and 18. They try the draw play to Thurman Thomas, and boy, is he having trouble getting unraveled this afternoon.
They've got his number. It almost appears that they're in the huddle with each call, does it not?
Texas Tech leading Rice by 3 in the first quarter. North Texas State, Corky Nelson has done a wonderful job with that Division I AA program in Denton, and they lead TCU, as you see, and Neil Smith limps off the field. Nope.
Not Neil Smith, I don't.
Lawrence Pete.
Lawrence Pete. They'll play Mike Murray, then probably number 74.
3rd and 17. Play fake. Gundy scrambles. Looks deep, has a man open. Gerard Green, he never saw him. Now he fires, and it's incomplete. He waited a second too late.
Boy, and I'll tell you, it was a great defensive reaction by Lawrence Hicks, number 8. He was back there, maintained position on the field, vision on the quarterback. The quarterback threw it, and he broke for the football and broke the play up. Good defense by Lawrence Hicks.
That brings on 4th down. Gary Cooper has been terrific as Gundy heads to the sideline.
You know, you can't get too much confidence in the broken play to win for you. If you do, then you're not executing the real offense well enough. And right now, they're just physically getting handled.
Cooper back to punt again. Rod Smith and Dana Brinson wait for it. At that low crouch, and then springs out of that crouch. And here's the left-footed punt. Not as good this time. See what kind of roll he gets. Thus far an Oklahoma State bounce. And it limps down at the 32-yard line. Time now to present this week's Toyota Leadership Award to the team players who've been singled out by their school's coaching and faculty staff for outstanding performance in the areas of team contributions, academics, and citizenship. Today's game team leadership winners, John McCormick from Nebraska. John, a business administration major from Omaha. And Ronnie Williams from Oklahoma State. Ronnie's a hotel restaurant administration major from Wichita Falls, Texas. Toyota will donate a check in the amount of $1,000 to each school's general scholarship fund. They hand off to Keith Jones with a blocker in front. He heads right and cuts it back to the left and squirts out near the 39-yard line.
Boy, when they pull those two big offensive linemen from the backside of the play and get them over at the point of attack, they're bringing about 575 pounds over that's mattering a heck at the defense, and they just steamroll over people.
Second down, 6, 5:24 to go first half. Nebraska leads it. Auburn wins again today over Georgia Tech, and Maryland over Wake Forest. That's the first Wake Forest defeat this year.
Option.
Taylor, look at him dance out of the tackle. First down, Nebraska, near midfield. 5:08 to go, first half.
You notice how Steve Taylor comes down and he turns up. He still keeps that ball in a position to pitch it.
Right now, let's go to Brent Musburger and see what's happening at Syracuse, Penn State.
Well, welcome, those of you who've been watching Nebraska and Oklahoma State. Nebraska leading by a couple touchdowns here in Syracuse. Along with Pat Hayden and John Dockery, I'm Brent Musburger. The defending national champions of Penn State with possession but trailing by 20 points. Syracuse scored on the first play of the game, an 80-yard bomb. 2 touchdown passes. There's Thomas trying to bounce outside against that Syracuse defense, and David Bavaro, the brother of Mark Bavaro, would not let him. Here's how we got to where we are in this game. Moore catching an 80-yarder and going the distance on the first play from scrimmage in this game. Then it was Vesling who hammered a 37-yard field goal the next time they touched the ball. They made it 13 when he kicked a 35-yarder. And then on a big third down, touchdown pass at 29 yards, the wide receiver Kane, and that's how we got to 20-0. This is 3rd and 11 now for Penn State. Green, the fullback, in motion. And Kisner, under pressure, will not get it off. Rob Burnett and Ted Gregory come in. The second sack of the game, and there's the mighty nose man, number 93. 17 years of frustration. Now here is Tommy Kane's touchdown, Pat.
And Tommy Kane was very well covered, actually. There's double coverage there from the Penn State defense, but he goes up and makes a tremendous diving catch for the easy score.
And Klaus hammers the punt deep to Kane. Tommy turns upfield and gets to the 30-yard line where he is down. A 53-yard punt by Klaus and an 11-yard return. So those of you who've been watching Oklahoma State and Nebraska, let's send you back to Vern Lundquist.
Thank you, Brent. We're back in Stillwater where Oklahoma State has just held, and John Kroger is on the punt on 4th down. Not a particularly effective punt, but it bounces away from Barry Sanders. May have hit an Oklahoma State player.
It did hit an Oklahoma State player.
That may have hit an Oklahoma State defender. That's the indication from the Nebraska players, and now...
No, I tell you, it looked like it to me. That ball took a very weird bounce, and it looked like it hit an Oklahoma State player. Normally in that situation, you use some kind of a loud call, like Oski, 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 meaning everybody get away from the football. In this situation, though, that was dangerous.
While we were away, Oklahoma State held Nebraska on 3 plays and forced the punt. We're live at Lewis Field in Stillwater, Oklahoma. With 3:53 to go on the first touchdown, Rod Smith caught the pass from Rod Taylor 29 yards out. Then Ken Clark on a 28-yard run to give Nebraska its second TD. Gundy with a play fake. Gundy dances and is tackled at the 22. Oklahoma State did have one marvelous scoring opportunity. They had a 1st and goal at the 2 set up by a 47-yard pass reception. Dick, can they be patient? Must they be patient
here?
Well,
there are only 2 big plays out of this, and the one thing they have going for them, they have big play personnel on the offensive side of the line of scrimmage. They've got to rely on those people and not panic.
Tom Osborne's team leads it by 14. Here's Gundy on the option roll. Back again. Back at the 15. That is the 4th Nebraska sack of the first half.
Broderick Thomas again. That's what's his 2nd sack today. He's excited. He's becoming a leader out there.
Now we've got a substitution now. Neil Smith comes out. Ray Valadeo, number 75, takes his place. Valadeo, a sophomore from Atwater, California.
Get all these California guys out here.
Darn right. They settle on that Nebraska River.
Playing it up.
Gundy into double coverage again. Yep. Incidental contact is the call, and there is no flag. As Brian Washington was defending Hartley Dykes.
Actually, it appeared to me that he should have gone for the football and intercepted it. You'll see number 5 right to the right side of your screen. Now, go to the football. Go to the football. Get it at its highest point. He doesn't quite get there. Actually, it was a good job by the receiver of preventing the interception. He prevented the interception. In the middle of your screen, number 11, Hartley Dykes going for it. He's a big, strong guy. Good jumping ability by Brian Washington. He prevents the completion.
That brings on Kerry Cooper.
Another long punt. I hope he doesn't punt the coverage.
Dana Brinson, number 33. Good downfield coverage by Oklahoma State. Forces him out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Garrett Limbrick it was, a 53-yard punt.
53 yards in the punt.
And Nebraska takes over with 2:23 to go in the first half. Steve Taylor for the afternoon is 3 of 6 for 77. There's Pat Jones, was on Jimmy Johnson's staff here, had previous stints, among other places, at SMU, and was a graduate of the University of Arkansas, where he played for a year before injuries forced a curtailment of his career. Taylor on the roll, 2 men in front. Oh, 2 terrific blocks as well, and that's a first down, Taylor.
Carries to the Cowboy 47.
Jake Young and Micah Heibel were downfield supplying the blocks, Dick.
Now here's what it takes, what it looks like when you're right down on the field, Vern. This guy can do both, run and pass. And I'm not so sure as a quarterback that he wouldn't just as soon run. Look at that running ability. Good low center of gravity, good wide base. He can move the chains.
First down and 10. They fake the draw. Taylor back, goes deep across the middle. Caught.
Got it.
Dana Brinson, first down at the 29.
That's, you have to acknowledge the run with these guys. Watch the linebackers as the quarterback fakes to the tap. See those linebackers going right up in there and attacking the run? They have to acknowledge that. That allows the crossing pattern by Brinson right there to become open. See, there's no one underneath that.
First and 10, Cornhuskers going after their 7th victory in a row. They're 5-0 this year. Taylor. This time he picks up 3.
I can't believe they were going to throw 2 passes in a row. They're really going wide open here. They're getting overconfident.
They will inside the 30, though, Dick, won't they, with those 2 tight ends? They'll go on play-action passes.
Oh, they love to. Those 2 tight ends, between them, they have 4 touchdown catches in 10 receptions. You know, that's almost 50% of the time they catch a ball. It's in the end zone. That's a nice place to catch the ball.
Something you might want to see if we get the double tight end set, and we're getting it on this play. Tom Milliken and Tom Banderas come in, along with Henley Hawkins. Second down and 8. Play fake. Looks deep left side.
Great job.
Caught at the 11.
Great poise by the quarterback. The play-action fake fooled the defense, froze the defense. They blocked the pass rush. He had all the time in the world, and you'll notice that Steve Taylor in that situation appeared very poised. He just waited there because he had confidence that his people could block their people.
Taylor throwing the ball is now 5 of 8.
And he comes into the ballgame only a 44% passer. He's throwing better than that.
Up the middle, Keith Jones to the 5. John McCormick is the best of the offensive linemen for this good Nebraska offensive line, number 61.
Well, they can block. Kevin Leitner, number 57, to the right side of the screen. Now, see this little draw block. He got the defensive end up. Fullback there, number 48, leading through, Micah Heibel. Good block, good running ability. He's heading to the end zone.
Time has been called.
Say goodbye.
Now with 40 seconds to go in the half. They pitch it left. Touchdown! Keith Jones, the senior from Omaha, Nebraska.
Here you are, you're playing linebacker. Would you be able to make this tackle? What a question. Here it is, look at that. Good shoulder level. He gets him down underneath the tackler's pads, and he takes the tackler into the end zone. Well done.
Andy Keeler, number 65, with the excellent block, and Chris Drennan to try and make it 21-zip. It's 21-0 with 33 seconds to go in the half. Let's take a look at the campuses in Lincoln and Stillwater.
Today's most respected sources on educational quality cite the University of Nebraska-Lincoln for excellence. The Washington Times says UNL physics professor Robert Fuller is one of America's great college teachers. Time magazine names Andy Jacobitz as one of the nation's top 20 college juniors. 24,000 students from around the world make UNL their choice for quality education.
The University of Nebraska-Lincoln recognized excellence.
Nebraska has surged now to a 21-0 lead. Seems just a couple of minutes ago that Oklahoma State was first and goal at the Nebraska 2 with a chance to cut the lead in half. But Charles Fryer intercepted the ball, and now, great kick. Chris Drennan kicks it into the band.
Taking a look at that last touchdown again from the end zone, focus on the linebacker to the right side of your screen, number 53, as he fires. Now, it's all right to do that, but if you fire in there, you better get there. Otherwise, you're dropping everything and the responsibility of making the play on a defensive back and outside linebacker, and the linebacker was getting blocked badly.
So Jones gets the touchdown, and it's 21-0 Nebraska. I tell you, I like this flat top look that the cheerleaders and the players have in Nebraska. It makes me feel like it's 61 again.
It's better than that long hair, John.
That's right. I feel like I'm a senior in college. I used to wear that stuff, Dick, and I know you did too. Neil Smith makes the tackle. Barry Sanders the ball carry. Last scoring drive, 62 yards on only 6 plays. So they've gone 9 plays, 5 plays, and 6 plays for 3 touchdowns. And under 3 minutes each time.
Yeah, and at the end of this ball game, that plays per touchdown breakdown that I gave you early is really going to improve.
Final 4 seconds of the half unraveling. And Nebraska very much in control with nearly 300 yards of total offense in the first half. Total offense now 299 for Nebraska to 89 for Oklahoma State.
Coach, I think we have a case here of a coaching staff in Oklahoma and a squad in Oklahoma State having 5 wins and really gaining confidence and starting to overestimate their physical ability because they actually felt that they matched up in certain areas, especially offense against defense against Nebraska, and it's obvious that they don't right now.
Well, it was 7-0 when Rod Smith scored the first touchdown, and then the second touchdown came when Ken Clark ran from 28 yards out. This was early in the second quarter.
Here he is in the moving. See, a little fake up inside to draw it, and then he hands it off in there. Look at this guy. Good power.
That was not it, but that was a nice run. That's the end of the first half with the score, 21-0. CBS Sports coverage of college football will continue with the Prudential College Football Report after this message and a word from your local station. The touchdown came early in the second quarter when Ken Clark rumbled in from 28 yards out.
Here's a play-action pass, handoff. Actually, not the play-action. This is the handoff to Kenny Clark. And it doesn't matter who they hand the ball to, Vern. They've been just moving the ball real well. Of course, not this well with a just good and great run for the touchdown. Look at the physical power right there.
That made it 14-0. Oklahoma State then had a first and goal on the tube and had a pass interception. And then Nebraska went for the touchdown. Keith Jones got the third touchdown less than a minute before halftime, and he scored on a 5-yard run. Quarterback Steve Taylor was asked before the game if he expected any problem with Oklahoma State.
We have no reason to feel that we should lose against Oklahoma State. We have a better ball club than what we had last year, and we beat them pretty bad last year. So we think we can go out there and score 40 points or more, and defense can pretty much shut them out. So we don't think we're going to have any problems with them. But we play in Stillwater, and the crowd could be a factor, and plus they're undefeated too. So it might be a tough ball game for the first quarter or so, but we think we should be able to handle them pretty good.
Dick Vermeil, that's a pretty good example of quiet confidence.
Well, I think the confidence just, it runs through that whole squad and the coaching staff. They've been winning for so long, they expect to win.
Well, they lead by 21 right now at halftime before a sellout crowd in Stillwater. Nebraska 21, Oklahoma State nothing. We'll continue after this. In quest of their 26th consecutive win over Oklahoma State, and they're in pretty good shape right now. Bert Lundquist along with Dick Vermeil. And Dick, I know Pat Jones was quietly confident that his team would play well in this game. Did he just overestimate his own talent, do you think?
I think he really has, and I think that's a problem all coaches go through. I can remember coaching at Stanford University and trying to find a way to beat USC in their heyday, and we as coaches, we'd get a little better, have some success, and we'd say we're going down to play them in Southern California. Hey, we are now ready. We've caught up with them, and when the game's over, you'd find out, my God, we didn't realize we're that far away from these guys, you know.
Well, it is a very good Nebraska team, as all of you are seeing. There's justification for their #2 ranking. Look at the halftime rushing stats. Nebraska 188, Oklahoma State -12. Now, much of that has come on quarterback sacks, which in college ball do go against the rushing total. And the total offense, Dick, 299 to 92.
Well, you know, they're one of the best football teams in football, and that's a cliche. But when you can run the football, you can win. And what they do at Nebraska, they realize that they're physically better. The program has been so successful. They recruit the best kid, they get the best kid, and then they take advantage of them by letting him be physical on a game like today.
Halftime with the score 21-0. CBS Sports coverage of college football will continue after this message and a word from your local station.
CBS Sports.
55 from Oklahoma City. They're not happy right now, but those folks who came down here in huge numbers from Nebraska are. Their team leads 21-0. And Thurman Thomas has been held to 7 yards in the first. Dana Brinson goes way back in the end zone. It'll be a touchback and come out to the 20. Terry Blanchard with the kick. And the Nebraska offense heads back on the field.
Did you feel the lean of the field as those big guys walked out there? Just sort of tipped to the left.
Tom Osborne said this is not an offensive line that has the name recognition so many others have with Remington, Steinkuhler, and so on, but he likes his bunch up front.
He thinks this could be his best group. Really, he does. It's a physical group, and they're proving it today.
First and 10, Cornhuskers with a 21-0 lead. They have the ball at their own 20. Micah Heibel, the fullback, gets the handoff and plunges for a quick 11. This is the 300th game of the Bob Devaney-Tom Osborne coalition. Devaney took over in '62 and Osborne in '73. 15th year for Tom Osborne as the head coach, and Bob Devaney, of course, the athletic director. Look at the record between the two: 243, 52, and 4.
See, that's what I'm talking about. A program wins the game. I mean, they're so deep in tradition. They expect to win.
Pitch right, Keith Jones.
Oh, great cut.
And he moves it out near the 40. And again, this dominance on first down, so obvious.
You know, Keith Jones is really impressing me with his cutback ability.
Right guard is John McCormick, number 61.
To the right center of your screen. See him pull. He's stepping around there, number 61. He's supposed to be the best lineman. He kicks that man out, moves up inside, give the room for the running back. And the running back, in this case, Keith Jones, is supposed to be a great sprinter type guy, but he runs like a running back. He cuts back, he gets the center of gravity down, he gets the pads down.
67 yards for Keith Jones now. And he gets the handoff again, plunges for a first down out near the 44-yard line. Kenneth Cumbie and Marcus Jones make the tackle.
Oklahoma State has got to find a way to come up with pressure on first down, you know, and probably at that time is when they commit to that. They'll come with a play-action pass and single up somebody downfield, but they've got to get some minus yardage or 0 yardage defensive plays on first down.
Late in the first half, Nebraska was averaging nearly 8 yards per first down play. Tom Osborne looks on. First and 10 again. Taylor fires behind it. That was intended for Rod Smith, and Wade Weller, number 28, was defending.
Taylor has a very nice, quick delivery. Did you notice that? He sets up quick, and he holds the ball, and he just snaps it off like he's throwing a dart.
Interesting, he came in averaging less than 50% completions, but his touchdown ratio was pretty impressive.
Well, I tell you, when you do both as well as he does, it's hard to, on the practice field, get us enough time to be a great passer.
Second, there's the option play, the pitch back to Jones. And he cuts into a triple tackle near the 49-yard line. That'll be third down coming up. They have had so many great offensive linemen at Nebraska, and just a list of those men who have played in the 80s as an All-American team. Bill Lewis, Trey Nowatz, Grimminger, Steinkuhler, the Outland and Lombardi winner, then followed by Remington, preceded by Remington. Right. And then the Boomerowski All-American, Randy Schlesner. 3rd and 4 for Nebraska at midfield. That's Jones in motion. They fake the reverse, and Taylor wants to throw. Fires, caught. No, incomplete. Intended for Tom Banderas, the tight end, and it'll be 4th down.
That's something they don't do very often in that 3rd down situation when they only have 3 or 4 yards to go. They just soon pound it out and run. They're getting a little open-minded here. You know, it's again, I've noticed the center snaps the ball so much earlier than the rest of the offensive linemen move. You notice that? I wonder if they teach that, or it's just a habit of the offensive center.
Now, that time he was going for the nose guard, but we've seen him in film going for the linebacker and making contact before the other linemen move. Before they move. Right. Here's Croker. Sanders drifts over. Good downfield coverage. It goes over his head, and Oklahoma State pinned back at the 3-yard line.
97-yard field. Whew.
A 46-yard punt by John Croker. And we're at Lewis Field in Stillwater, Oklahoma, on the campus of Oklahoma State, where the Cornhuskers have run up a 21-0 lead. They scored their last touchdown just 40 seconds before the half. We have 12:46 to go, 3rd quarter. Vern Lundquist and Dick Vermeil here in this Big 8 encounter.
I'll tell you, to start out your first drive of the second half down here, you have to really suck it up. You just can't start out throwing the ball. If you throw 3 incomplete, your punt from there, and Nebraska's got the ball back. You've got to go ahead and give the ball to that running back.
Well, and Thurman Thomas is just having a very tough time. They tried a quick count quarterback sneak, and that doesn't work.
Was that an intentional play or a bobbled snap?
That could have been. I'm not sure. Went so quickly, I wasn't focused.
Little Mike Murray, the backup nose guard, is playing in there for Nebraska right now in the place of Lawrence Pete. This guy is about 5'9", 240. He's a walk-on, and the defensive coach McBride told me you could tell when he talked about this walk-on kid, he loves that kind of personality and that kind of competitor.
That's Charlie McBride. He said of Murray, he's listed at 5'10", but who's kidding whom? That's thrown away, and it'll be 3rd and long, intended for Ronnie Williams.
Ronnie Williams.
Thurman Thomas with 7 yards on 7 carries.
That's a long ways from his average. You have to credit the defensive front of Nebraska.
By the way, the one loss when Oklahoma State and Thurman has rushed for 100 came against Oklahoma. He is the only back in the last 3 years to rush for 100 or more against the Sooners. And he had 100 on 23 carries, but Oklahoma won that game a year ago. 2 years ago. Here's the pass. Good. First down.
Boy, nice play.
Brian Keith, the senior from Urbandale, Iowa. A transfer from Drake University when Drake dropped football.
Tight end to the right side of the screen. He'll come down. Actually, it's to the left end of the screen as we look at this. Drop back pass. He sets up nicely and fires just as he sets. You'll see to the left of the screen now. He takes the ball in nicely, tucks it away, first down, and this guy, Brian Keith, is a good receiver. They got to get the ball to him a little more often.
From behind, quarterback Mike Gundy, and now from up on top, 1st and 10. Thurman Thomas hit behind the line again.
See, they're getting him before he can even get started. He can't even make a cut, and they're into the backfield.
And again, that's an example, Dick, of the dominance of at the line of scrimmage.
Or in this case, maybe a stunt that a lineman didn't pick up.
Okay.
Just beat him, not physically, but beat him by a line charge.
Tim Rother, number 78, has been a very pleasant surprise for Nebraska this year.
He was a walk-on. He walked on in 1983.
He got his chance when Lee Jones was injured and has played very well and is now playing more than Jones is, who's back and healthy. That pass incomplete. And Jeff Jamrog had a terrific rush then. Charles Fryer defending.
You don't want to throw that slant pattern that far out in front of a guy and make him reach because the defense is coming inside out on him. And I'll tell you, it's tough to maintain concentration in the ball regardless of how tough you are physically. You know, talking about how tough you are physically as a receiver. I've seen so many receivers that wouldn't block a fly downfield, but they'll go inside for a ball and get their head taken off and come up with a catch. All kinds of different toughness.
It's a paradox, isn't it? Thurman Thomas has the high tops, but they've slowed him down today. They fake the draw.
Hit it. Oh, there's a stunt that time by Jeff Janrod, number 80, and I'll tell you, he really came around on that stunt, and no one picked him up, and he really got a shot on Mike Gundy. Here comes Jeff Janrod, number 80, a 3.6 business student giving the quarterback business. To the right side of the screen, number 80, look at, not picked up. He stunted inside the blocking protection scheme and caused the bad throw. Boy, he got hit.
Here's the best thing Oklahoma State has going for it today. Kerry Cooper has averaged 48.5 yards per punt. The problem is he's had to punt nearly 10 times, and that punt is not particularly good. But he gets a cowboy roll, and he's going to come out looking terrific on this one.
The big thing the offense did, though, is they got the ball out at least from that 4 or 5 yard line where they started and gave the punter room, and now they have better field position to defense.
53-yard punt that time for Cooper.
Listen to the heartbeat of America. Listen to the heartbeat of America. Oh, yeah.
It's the rhythm on the road. It's the pulse on the street. City and town, a magic sound.
Feel the heartbeat of America. Chevrolet.
That's the day, Chevrolet.
Delta Airlines flight attendant Irene Luckwitty loves to fly.
Are you still here? My son was supposed to meet me.
Well, I'll wait with you.
That kid is always late.
What she loves most are the people she meets.
He must have gotten caught in the rain.
He was even born late.
Irene is what Delta's all about.
Irene.
Yes?
Are you married?
Yep, 2 kids.
Late again, Joey.
You love to fly and it shows.
Tomorrow, there's NFL replacement game action as the New Orleans Saints take on Mike Ditka and the Chicago Bears. It all starts with the NFL Today on CBS Sports.
Back to play, first down 10, Nebraska. They have a 21-0 lead in a power I formation. Taylor hands it off. Sweep to the right side. Dana Brinson tries to cut back, and again, good first down yardage out across the 31 to 32.
That play and that type of play with the offside guard pull and a tackle pull has become one of the #1 running plays in the National Football League, and the Washington Redskins brought it to the league. And I was talking to Joe Gibbs, and he says they stole it from Nebraska.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. It worked its way up.
There is honor among those who would borrow.
Might as well steal from the best.
Second down and 4.
Oh, nice play. Nice play by Marcus Jones, number 60. He got in there right where he had to be at the point of attack, got good penetration, and stuffed it.
Auburn defeats Georgia Tech this afternoon. LSU over Kentucky. And Clemson outlasts Duke. That was closer than folks thought it would be. Rutgers defeats Boston College. Colgate narrowly over Army. Navy won today over Penn. Our score 21-0 as you look at other scores. Looked like Gordy Lochbaum might have had a big day for Holy Cross. Third and 2. 21 zip in the third quarter. They pitch it to Keith Jones, and he struggles. Looks like he might have it. He made it. David Bailey, number 98, makes the tackle.
Yeah, nice play.
Jones closing in on a 100-yard day.
David Bailey, number 98, who made that play, was born in the town that I'm living in right now, out there in Coatesville, Pennsylvania.
Was he?
Then moved to Oklahoma.
That's a long move.
It's a long move. Maybe a good move for him. He's got a great place to go to school, get a good education at Oklahoma State. Good decision.
First and 10, Nebraska with a 21 zip lead. There comes that counter play. Whoa,
good play. Ronnie Williams, good penetration, right?
Senior out of Fort Worth.
This is what we were talking about, Vern. If the defense can get some penetration, you'll see the big guards pull from the left to the right side. The penetration got up in there. He got blocked, but he was down on the ground. The ball carrier had no place to go. Good job. Take a look at this again. Here's Henley with the ball. He's up there. Look at him reach up there. He's going to grab whatever he can grab.
Jones comes out. That'll make it a second down. Heibel is the fullback. Second down and 13. Henley Hawkins in motion going to the left side. They'll try it again.
Boy, they love that play.
Oklahoma State's getting wise.
Yeah, hey, they're getting a little better in there. They're starting to firm up that front.
This crowd, Dick, it strikes me as just waiting for a spark.
Well, I mean, they just didn't believe they were going to find themselves in this situation, and they're sort of shocked, and they're waiting for it to change.
Well, it's third down and 13 with 8:12 to go third quarter. Sellout crowd on hand. Most of them dressed in orange.
But there's a lot of red here, too, over here to our left.
I tell you, I think every RV in Nebraska is parked outside the stadium.
Love those Nebraska fans.
That's Richard Bell in motion down to the 21. Taylor pulls up, has time, fires it deep, caught, fumble, out of bounds, Nebraska ball.
Boy, when things go right, they go right, huh?
Rod Smith made the catch and took the hit.
Great tackle by Jerry Deckert. Hits him so hard, he knocks the ball out. It goes out of bounds. Nice setup. Look at him look. He's got good time, good protection. The crossing pattern there, high over the top of the defense in the zone coverage. Deckert comes in and really gives him a nice shot. The ball's fumbled, goes out of bounds. Watch this hit as the ball comes down. Wham! He coming to hit him right there. Good tackling for him. Shoulder pads, helmet up, knees bent, run through the tackle, just like you coach it.
Jerry Deckert is leaving the field, and so does Rod Smith.
Hey, they both hit.
Smith took the hit, and Deckert, who weighs 245 pounds, was a defensive end until a week or so ago. And he's on the bench as well as Smith. First down, Nebraska at the 45. Quick flip, right side. Morgan Gregory, number 19. And the sophomore from Denver weaves his way inside the 40 near the 38-yard line.
That's a quick screen, Vern. You'll note the wide receiver doesn't go downfield. He just takes a step. And then the big offensive Leitner and offensive line. Kevin Leitner, the right side of your screen. John McCormick, 61. See, they're all out there forming a wall for him. See right there. It's a good blocks downfield and try to give him a cushion. There's enough people out there trying to help him, isn't there? that really gives the running back time to get away from the rush and get out there and get after it.
2nd down and 2. Jerry Deckard stays on the sideline. Number 47, Milton Cockrell, Jr. from Dallas, has taken his place. There's the dive played up. The big fullback, 2 blockers in front, and he cuts back to the right. His blockers stayed out to the left side. And Wade Weller makes the tackle, number 28.
Here's a low angle of Mike right here. Mike coming through. He's reading the block of the offensive center, Jake Young, and he breaks correctly. He makes a move. 3.5 mathematics major. Figured out what he had to do to make that play go, Vern.
Heibel now with 50 yards on 6 carries. He doesn't get to tote the football that often.
He must get excited when they call it, though.
Double wing set this time for Nebraska on 1st down. Quarterback draw, Taylor. And that's good for a 1st down inside the 10 as Rod Smith makes the tackle.
Did you see John McCormick, the big offensive right guard, number 6? He sets to the right center of your screen, number 61. He ricochets off. Now watch him in the left side of your screen. Get that linebacker right there. Gets a nice block. Look at the time that the quarterback has then to go ahead and really become a ball carrier.
And a pretty decent block from Micah Heibel, the fullback, on Sim Drain as Tom Osborne looks on with approval.
Tom liked that kind of execution. Well executed offensive play.
1st and goal, Nebraska. They pitch it to Keith Jones.
Oh, nice play defensively. Was that Vernon Victor who made that?
Yes, number 40. Sophomore from Port Arthur, Texas.
A lot of Texas guys.
You know, Pat Jones was saying that they've done well recruiting there since the Southwest Conference has been down. Not the dominant Texas and Arkansas teams and the problems with SMU. As a matter of fact, the starting center from SMU, Kim Johnson, transferred to Pat Jones' team.
Right.
And is playing some. And Tom Osborne has recruited that Texas high school.
On the offense, it'll still be 1st down.
Oh, there's a flag. John McClintock.
Talk about recruiting. I checked the starting lineups of Nebraska's offense and defense had players represented from 11 states. Pretty good recruiting program. The program has become similar to the old John Wooden basketball program. The program recruits the great player.
1st down, 27-0. Syracuse leads over Penn State.
27-zip.
You believe that?
No, I don't.
Draw play. Keith Jones. Touchdown, Nebraska. His 2nd of the day.
It looked too easy.
Jones with 98 yards on 18 carries and 2 TDs.
He's staying with the stat that he came into the game with. He averaged a touchdown every 10th carry. He might be doing that same thing today.
Well, he's certainly winning the matchup with Thurman Thomas for the afternoon. Chris Drennan on to try and make it a 4 TD lead.
This sort of counters that comment you heard from the alum this morning at the hotel, huh?
Take a look up on top. I had an alumnus from Oklahoma State who walked out this morning and said, I smell victory in the air. Victory over Nebraska. The smell has turned sour. Here's Keith Jones on the draw play, Dick.
Yeah, he just broke, well-executed offensive play. It blocked it just as you would draw it on the blackboard. Perfectly executed.
Another long Nebraska drive. Each time. In just a few minutes, we'll be switching many of you to Syracuse. Right now, here's Barry Sanders. And he decides...
Whoa, he's got a shot.
Maybe wisely. How about that? Well, that'll be a spark, even if it doesn't lead to anything.
That little hesitation in the end zone sometimes allows the coverage to overrun itself that time and forms a defensive wall, and he popped it. He darn near took it down. And remember, he had a 100-yarder to his credit. Now, you'll notice as he catches this ball to the right corner of your screen, he starts to stay in the end zone. See? Oh, I'll go, he says. Here he goes. He's pointing direction there. Hey, block this guy, block that guy. He finds the crack. And, Vern, do you know where he learned to run kickoffs like this?
I'll bet you do.
Going to the dinner table at home. He's one of 11 children. you learn to return quick kicks that way.
Here's Gundy back to throw.
Nice catch.
That is a very nice catch. Gerard Green, number 19, makes the catch, the sophomore from Port Arthur. in front of Lorenzo Hicks. But significantly for Oklahoma State, Dick, they came in counting on, and look at that, Syracuse 34-zip. They came in thinking that Gundy and Thomas were their offensive keys.
And they are non-existent. They are non-existent, therefore no points on the board.
Mike Gundy is 10 of 24 for the game now, and Thomas has been held to 8 yards and 8 carries.
You know, Pat Jones told me the other day when we first got here that he was really concerned because on Monday and Tuesday, the squad was sort of flat in practice, and he couldn't figure out why they would be flat getting prepared to play Nebraska, but he thought maybe that they drained themselves a little bit in their big win over Colorado, which was a big game. But then on Wednesday and Thursday, they really came back strong, and he said he was no longer worried about it. But maybe emotionally, that game did take a little out of him.
Play fake. Gundy pumps once, lobs it deep. Hart Dykes, first down at the 33.
Nice catch. Nicely done. Gundy threw this ball right where he had to throw the ball. Now follow the football as it goes to the left corner of your screen. He throws it up high to a big, tall 6'4" receiver being covered by a shorter defensive back. And Lorenzo Hicks is 5'11" against a 6'4" guy. So you want to get the ball up high.
First down and 10. Oklahoma State trails by 28. Gundy goes deep left side. Man-for-man coverage incomplete at the 7. Gerard Green, the intended receiver, and Brian Washington defending.
You know, if they scored here, I think the big thing it would do is just create some enthusiasm. But there's such a physical mismatch between the two teams. I can't see him coming back far enough because you know that Nebraska is going to just sit down and watch the game.
Well, look at that. Thus far, 147 yards in the game for Oklahoma State. Nebraska already with 454. We're in the third quarter. There's the pass. And down the 26-yard line. Ronnie Williams.
Here's that same play that Steve Taylor's been running. The quarterback reverses like he's going to come down the line on the option. So he gets the defense to react to run, then he fires the slant pattern, throws it behind him. Nicely done by Hartley Dykes. Look at, he's sort of disgusted. And, you know, as a coach, I've been in that situation many times, you know, and you just want him so bad for not selfish reasons that it can just tear you up.
They hand it off to Thomas. He comes left, and he's in further trouble.
Hello.
Leroy Etienne, number 47, the junior linebacker from New Iberia, Louisiana.
It looked like initially he might have a little shot coming to the outside as he starts up inside out of the eye. Now see him bend to the outside, following his fullback, and then here comes big Leroy. Inside out, playing it just like a linebacker ought to play it. Inside out, got the pads on him, got some help.
Something comes to mind. Last night, Herschel Nissenson, who is the college sports editor for the Associated Press, was chatting with us. He said today is a big day for Thurman Thomas if he has any aspirations for the Heisman, because he's been mentioned in that voting.
Well, he's been a candidate along with Tim Brown and, you know, Gaston Green and Craig Hayward and those kind of people, Bobby Humphrey, Gordy Lockbaum.
Well, among other things, he may be kissing the Heisman goodbye. He's got 6 yards on 9 carries. Huskers are more than pleased. They look like they're going to go 6-0 before the day is out. 4:06 to go. And the Nebraska band made the trip down from Lincoln. Makes the drive back all the more pleasant when you have won. Now 4th and 4, Oklahoma State trailing by 28. They're 7 of 18 on 4th down attempts this year. That graphic is not correct. And there's the pass.
Great catch. Great catch and very good defense, just well executed. Give them credit. Ronnie Williams comes up with a nice play, and so does Lorenzo Hicks. He does what he has to do. Just a quick out, 3-step drop. Well executed. Ball thrown to the left side of your screen. Now you'll notice as soon as he catches the ball, the defensive back is right there. Comes up and makes a nice job. He tries to strip him of the football. Good technique, good defense, well executed play.
First down and 10, Nebraska, Oklahoma State. 3:45 to go, third quarter. Gundy to Strep. Oh, boy. That time it's John Marco, the junior out of Bellevue, Nebraska. Bad enough you're losing 28-0. You got to spend the afternoon looking into the sun. And that's an interesting Big 8 rule that the home team always has to be on the side where the student body is located.
That makes sense.
And that's why the Oklahoma State team is on the sunny side of the field. It's a Big 8 rule.
Scramble. Watch the receivers break back to him. He's got a guy deep. Intentional grounding.
No flag? No flag.
The receivers did break back with the scramble technique of the quarterback that time, and he had a man going deep. Hartley Dykes was deep going toward the end zone and open, but he couldn't get it to him. Good pressure by the defense.
John Marco can't believe they didn't throw the flag on him. Nor can the Nebraska fans.
You can see him rolling out here. Now he gets stopped up nicely by Jamrog right there. He gets him turned back going the other way. Now the receivers you can't see are coming with him. He's looking downfield, but in this case, John Marco has other ideas.
And that brings up a 3rd and 10 with 3:32 to go, third quarter. Out of the shotgun. Flag down.
Flag on play. Doctor number 37. Doctor number 37, please call Stillwater.
UCLA leads Oregon 14-7. Notre Dame and Texas over Arkansas. How about that?
UCLA is a good football team, and I talked to Coach Donahue prior to coming down here because he had played Nebraska, and he said they're a great football team, but he said, I'd sure like to have the opportunity to play them again. Then I'm talking to Osborne, and he says, you know, really don't want to play those guys again.
Oklahoma State student body looking on. And after the penalty, it'll be 3rd and 15.
That student body will be louder tonight at the party.
That's right. Starts by the Nebraska defense. Gundy lobs it out.
Good defense.
Incomplete.
Super defense by Charles Fryer.
Junior from Burlington, New Jersey, number 10.
It's close to the Philadelphia area, that Burlington, New Jersey. Excellent pass defense all the way. A good pass pattern, too, but down there, you don't have that much field to defense because you're right there down there in the 25-yard line. You don't have to back up very much, so you can afford to crowd that receiver, and that's exactly what Charlie Fryer did.
So that brings it up to a 4th and 15.
Boy, that's a tough one to convert.
Percentages aren't good, are they? 4th and 15 with 3:23 to go, third quarter. 3-man front for Nebraska. They send 4. Gundy dances. Still on his feet. This will make the highlight film of Nebraska's season.
He's got it.
And Ronnie Williams makes the tackle but loses a yard.
Well, I'll tell you. He's exciting.
And Nebraska takes over. We'll look at it again.
You can see what we were talking about, fans, and the fact that this guy has great mobility. Now there comes Mike Murray, 74, chasing him. He's going to get back up and end up on the play. There's John Marco getting after him, 7-4 coming after him again. He gets it downfield, loses 2 yards.
We now take many of you to New York, where Jim Nantz will set the scene for the Penn State-Syracuse game. Those of you leading us will be kept up to date on the score of our game. .307 to go here in Stillwater. And the handoff goes to Nebraska's Keith Jones, who's over 100 yards for the day now, as he totes it out across the 35 to the 36-yard line.
It doesn't matter who they give the ball to in terms of this kind of football team when they're blocking the line of scrimmage like they're blocking.
Cleve Blakeman, who got his second start of his career last week in the win over Kansas, is in now in place of Steve Taylor.
He did a good job. He threw 6 for 12 for 100 yards and 1 touchdown. He rushed for 26 yards.
Blakeman's other start was against Kansas a year ago. There's the handoff and the fullback plunge up the middle.
They just keep working over the inside of that defense.
Blakeman has come in, and it'll be substitution time now. 41-zip Syracuse over Penn State. That is amazing.
I can't believe that, but it's happening, so I've got to believe it. You know what's impressive about the Nebraska situation, the program? Their football team, and the first 44 players suited up today, there are 13 outstanding students within that lineup.
Know what else is impressive? Last week, Tom Osborne played 104 players in the win over Kansas. Thank gosh they've got a travel squad restriction.
There's a good play by Sim Ray, number 53.
2:05 to go in the third quarter. Carpenter, the ball carrier on the last play. Brandon Colbert, freshman, has come back in at nose guard now for Oklahoma State. 104 players against Kansas.
And they didn't even play Keith Jones or Steve Taylor, the starting running back or quarterback.
And they only brought 60 today. 2nd and 7. 1:40 to go, third quarter.
Watch out, play action.
Edge it back to Jones, who has 106 yards before this play, and he gets another Nebraska first down. Milton Cockrell and Jerry Deckard collaborate on the tackle.
You know, the quarterback reverse pivots on this play and tosses the ball deep, and then he turns around and he blocks the backside pursuit of the defense. He's been doing this all day. Now see him sitting there, number 12, and he cuts off a man coming down that would normally make that play as he turns up inside from right to left. It's a good technique, and the quarterbacks do a good job of it. Not many quarterbacks like to block. They think those shoulder pads are strictly for protection.
I haven't seen many who do. That's right. 1st and 10, Nebraska. They have 27 first downs in the game. 27 first downs. We're in the third quarter. There's the reverse, the power play coming right side. Richard Bell, number 21. Inside the 40 to the 37. Rod Smith makes the tackle. Bell, a sophomore from Altadena, California, number 21.
Muir High School. Muir High School. A lot of good football players in Southern California have come out of Muir High School.
And we were talking about the number of Californians who play for Nebraska.
Doesn't surprise me. I used to have to recruit against them. And
that's
guys right in our backyard, and we're talking them into go UCLA, and they're talking them into go Nebraska, and you lose some.
That's right. First down 10, Nebraska. Blakeman, the senior from Norfolk, Nebraska.
Oh, good defensive play.
Keith Jones tackled for a gain of 1.
Brandon Colbert.
He's a freshman from El Reno, Oklahoma. A true freshman, not a redshirt.
Right. Both of their nose guards are true freshmen playing in there.
Final 25 seconds, third quarter.
You can see that, first off, that Oklahoma State has done a great job of building the program, and they have a good foundation. In about 2 more recruiting years, they'll be playing with anybody, including Nebraska.
First down's now 28 to 10. 2nd and 10. Blitz coming. They flip it out to the left side. Dana Brinson.
He made a miss.
And that's close for another first down at the 26-yard line. Ricky Shaw with a tackle. And that's the end of the third quarter with our score, 28-0 Nebraska. CBS Sports coverage of college football continues after this message and a word from your local station.
CBS Sports presents college football. Today's CFA game is sponsored by Michelob Light. When the sun goes down, light up the night with Michelob Light. AC Delco, stay ahead of trouble with AC Delco parts. And by the Stanley Works. Stanley helps you do things right.
We are back for the start of the fourth quarter. Nebraska with a first down and 10 at the Oklahoma State 26, and they have a 28-0 lead. Here's Clete Blakeman handing off to his tailback, Ken Clark, number 32, who has a touchdown already, and Sim Drain makes the tackle. A very quiet crowd, but a crowd in excess of 50,000 here at Lewis Field in Stillwater. As Oklahoma State came in with such high aspirations, but they have fallen behind by 4 touchdowns. It was 21-0 at the half. Looks like Rod Smith, who took that jolt from Jerry Deckard. Here's Blakeman. Everything's working.
Good job. No one picked up the quarterback on that option. There should be a defender coming right on the quarterback to force the pitch right now or make the tackle, and there was nobody there. Evidently, he was blocked or else missed assignment.
There's the quarterback. Nebraska came in a 41-7 score in that other game that CBS is televising this afternoon. 41-7 Syracuse over Penn State. Nebraska came in averaging per game 325 yards per rush or per game on the ground. Already 359. 372, beg your pardon. There's Ken Clark. Conversely, you saw the -15 for Oklahoma State. The Nebraska defense had been yielding yards on the ground, an average of only 1.8. That's going to go down this week.
The whole thing. If you can play defense and stop the run and then run the ball yourself, you're going to win about 75% of the games you play. And then mix in the passing game. I can't picture another college football team being better than the one we're watching play today, regardless if it's Oklahoma or anybody.
In this state, you'll get some argument.
I realize that.
2nd and 5. Sweep to the left.
Turn. Good defense.
Ken Clark down to the 5-yard line. Dana Brinson it was. Well, the Bob Devaney, Tom Osborne years have been marvelous for Nebraska. Since 1970, a winning percentage of 82, a couple of national titles in 70 and 71, in the top 5 times, in the top 10 7 times. Tain't bad.
So what else do you do?
Yeah, well, Tom Osborne just keeps adding excellence to the program.
And he's a guy that coaches. He coaches the offense himself, calls the plays. A lot of coaches now have coordinators for everything, and they become administrators. Not Tom. He likes to get in there and really coach.
3rd and 1. 3rd and 2 officially. They give it up to middle. And that'll be 1st and goal at the 1-yard line. Ken Clark tackled by Sim Drain.
Here you are, a linebacker for Nebraska. There's none, number 9 for Oklahoma State. Look at the hole right up in there. See that little crease? Now, linebacker Sim Drain, 53, has got to get in there, but he's being blocked by an awfully big, quality offensive lineman.
1st and goal, Nebraska. Clark stays in with Carpenter behind Clete Blakeman. Let's watch it from the end zone. Quarterback.
Once we start the hearing, we have to have it within. Well, we'll have to check.
See, and the other thing, that with the power of a Nebraska football team and the quality of it, the 2nd unit plays a lot of football. And therefore, when it's their turn to become a starter the next year, their junior year or senior year, they have a lot of playing time, you know, and experience behind them. Watch this offensive center. Look at him scrambling out there, just trying to wall off a defense or any slant coming from the right to left in this case.
That's John Nichols, who's in at center now, number 63. 2nd and goal.
Good block.
Touchdown. 34-0. Clark gets his 2nd of the day.
You mentioned John Nichols. He must have heard you. He came off the ball and he pancaked the guy, put him right on his back. Coming straight at you, fans. Power and more power. Nichols, middle of your screen, will block to his right. Gets a great block, turns him over. Big hole, bops up there, gets the shoulder pads over. Actually, he didn't have to dive in. He'd have made it.
John McCormick also had a big block, and it's 34-0. Chris Drennan on for the extra point. Don't forget, Oklahoma-Nebraska on CBS on the 21st of November in what could be the national championship game.
I just can't picture anybody being any better than these guys.
I can't either, really.
They'd beat our scab teams.
43 to go in the ball game. Nebraska leading Oklahoma State 35-0. Just rolling at will now as Tom Osborne looks on with a pleased visage. And here comes the kick. Barry Sanders. And it goes out of bounds. Come back the other way. Oklahoma State came in with 8 wins in a row, 2nd longest in the country. They won their last 3 last year and their first 5 this year. That obviously is going to end, but that's a little surprising that they were number 2 behind Oklahoma. Nebraska tied for 3rd. Wake Forest lost today. Pat Jones,
well, the nice thing, not all is lost today, because now these people are spreading out and they're going to other bowl games. The Orange Bowl is not the only ball game for these people anymore. They can go on and play, and this football team will regroup, play better, get better, and chances are we'll end up in a bowl game.
Well, as a matter of fact, there are representatives here from the John Hancock Sun Bowl, the Bluebonnet Bowl, and the Cotton Bowl today. In addition, well, the Orange Bowl doesn't have anybody here because the Big 8 winners in automatic invite he down to Miami. There's the kick again, and Sanders grabs it at the goal line. Gets back to the 20, and then the flag comes fluttering down on the far side of the field. Oklahoma State goes to Missouri next week, then at home against Kansas State, at Oklahoma.
Looking at that schedule, really, there's probably only one team on there that they physically won't match up with evenly or even better.
So then they finish 9-2 if they lose to Oklahoma.
Which you can't guarantee that.
No.
But, that would be an outstanding record. And this guy's done a great job here.
8-3 or 9-2 will get you into
Still 41-7. It didn't change, is it?
Nope.
I thought it was a mirage when
they're having a race with us.
Yeah.
See who can get to 50 the highest. Pat Jones never been shut out as a head coach.
He just hadn't coached long enough, that's all. Believe me, there's no such thing as never in coaching. If you coach long enough, you will experience all those nevers.
He's got to feel so exasperated, Dick, because he was so quietly confident that at the skill positions particularly, he could be.
But what did Coach Osborne say? He says, you know, I feel that Oklahoma State has been talking a little too much. They might be a little bit too confident.
That's been proven out. Barry Sanders has replaced Thurman Thomas now. And Sanders loses yardage. I don't know whether that change is permanent as John Marco makes the tackle, but if Thurman Thomas, the All-American and the Heisman candidate, does not play again this afternoon, he will finish the day with 9 carries for 6 yards, which in his 4 games against Nebraska would be the low total ever. Previously, 12 yards as a freshman, 71 yards as a sophomore, 33 yards as a junior. And he has 6 today.
And you're talking about a guy that has 6 200-yard rushing games.
That pass behind Hartley Dykes. Incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 11. 41-7. Notre Dame wins again, bouncing back from their defeat last week. Florida rolled over Temple. Arkansas has come back to lead Texas now. Ohio State over Purdue as the Buckeyes try and bounce back.
They got to bounce back after last week.
Yes. 3rd and 11. Gundy is 14 of 33 for 172 yards.
Oh, there's Smith.
Almost caught him for a safety. Has a man open.
First down.
Hartley Dykes. First down, Oklahoma State.
They're not hanging it up. They're coming after it. But Neil Smith to the right of your screen, number 99, gets good pressure on him. See him coming from the outside. He ducks back to the outside now, throws the ball downfield. Good presence of mind, finds the receiver, throws the strike. He has good feel. Oop, I don't know if that was a completion, Coach. That was not a completed pass.
Yeah. 1st and 10, Oklahoma State. Trailing by 35. Gundy flips it left side. Nice catch. Gerard Green, number 19. Notre Dame, as we said, defeated Air Force 35-14 today, and they're at home against Southern Cal next week. USC leading Washington in Seattle 16-7.
Up there, that's really tough to do.
Next week, you'll see USC at Notre Dame at 1:30 Eastern Time here on CBS. J.R. Dillard comes in now as a tight end on 2nd down and 4. There's Thurman Thomas.
He hadn't been on the sideline very much in his career.
Gundy, Ronnie Williams. First down after the 39-yard line.
They committed a pretty good rush that time. There was no underneath coverage. If he breaks that one tackle, he's got a chance to run for it.
At the conclusion of today's CBS Sports College football broadcast, we'll select the Chevy Most Valuable Player of the game from each team. Chevrolet donates a $1,000 scholarship for the General Scholarship Fund of each school.
I'd give it to the offense and defensive line.
If we can, we will. Thurman Thomas is back in. They flip it to Hartley Dykes. Manages to hang on. He's out to the 46. Lorenzo Hicks makes the tackle.
The one thing you know that they know how to throw that slant pattern, don't they?
Yeah.
The funny thing is they really don't see him running that option. They haven't run the option coming off that pattern yet. They've been throwing the pass, but not running the option running play. Hi, Mom.
2nd down and 3. Dykes has now caught 5 for 113. He came in with 32 catches. Gundy, scramble. Pulls up, fires his feet, tipped, almost intercepted.
That could have been intercepted.
Randall Jobman, number 55, tipped the ball. Jobman is an interesting young man, a sophomore from Lisco, Nebraska. In 1984, he lost his right thumb in a rodeo accident.
That's right.
And had to sit out the season, then came on as a freshman in 85.
But they put the thumb back on, you know.
Yeah.
They did put it back on. He's an agricultural major. Yeah, you go to Nebraska. You learn out there, you have a good ground game in Nebraska.
3rd down. Dancing through the middle, Barry Sanders. And Jobman makes the tackle, but that should be enough for another first down. That'll be the 13th for Oklahoma State.
You know, the Nebraska offensive and defensive lines, they're big and strong, but Nebraska has a very sophisticated off-season and in-season physical fitness training program run by Boyd Epley and Mike Arthur. They really do a good job, and they've sort of been the pace setters of college football training, and they've done an outstanding job. Their players are tested continually, and they go through a real good program.
1st and 10. Gundy, left side. Up in the air, the catch made by Curtis Mayfield, the freshman from Dallas, and tackled by Charles Fryer, number 10. There's Fryer, who had the big defensive play in the first half. It was 14-0. Nebraska. Oklahoma State had a 1st down and goal from the 2. They tried to go Hartley Dykes over Charles Fryer. He intercepted on the goal line. Nebraska went 80 yards and scored to go up 21-0 at the half. So if there's a big defensive play, it was it.
That's the big play. You know, Irving, he's a cousin to Irving Fryer, not a brother. Some people thought he was a brother. I heard that mentioned. He is a cousin.
Draw play. There it is. There he is. That's Barry Sanders. Breaks free and squirts out of bounds at the 31-yard line. We want to welcome back those of you who've been watching the Syracuse-Penn State game, where Syracuse is about to break 18 years of frustration with a 41-7 lead over Penn State. Our score here is 35-0 at Lewis Field in Stillwater, Oklahoma, where a crowd of 50,400 watching Nebraska roll over Oklahoma State 35-0. Oklahoma State is moving right now. They've got the ball with a 1st and 10 at the Nebraska 30. The handoff goes to Barry Sanders, who darts to the outside.
Yes,
What a whoa! He tipped himself. Down at the 11. Sanders, a sophomore out of Wichita, has replaced Thurman Thomas, who has been held to only 6 yards today.
Now, this is not the same defense that Thurman Thomas has been running against, but it doesn't matter. They're still blocking. They're still playing hard. He gets a good block by the fullback, Garrett Limbrick, right there. Now, watch his shake and break. Watch him get the center of gravity down, and watch his feet now, Vern. Watch him. He gets them apart, and he shakes. Look at him get the foot down, and then he trips himself, it looked like, right there. Good running.
Mark Blazek may have gotten a hand on him. Here's Gundy. Slant pattern. Oh, run. Is it a complete pass? No, incomplete. Hartley Dykes, the all-conference receiver.
I wonder what would happen if they ever ran a slant and go off that. They throw that enough that you'd think they'd come in with a slant and go. They might get a big one.
They've thrown it about 8 or 9 times.
At least 8 or 9 times. And the defensive backs are really committing to it.
Just pump fake and then boom.
Here's the chance you take when you go inside for a ball, especially down inside that 20-yard line. You're going to get nailed. Usually the safety coming inside out or a linebacker coming down your throat. Great tackle.
Gundy flips it out to Sanders, who's got 3 blockers in front. Sanders is hit at the 7 and knocked off his feet at that spot. Barry Sanders, who has returned 2 passes, or rather 2 punts and a kickoff for touchdowns this year, the backup to Thurman Thomas.
And you can see why. You know, fortunately for Oklahoma State, he's only a sophomore. When Thurman is gone, you can see when Thurman's gone that this guy will replace him.
Barry Sanders replaced Thurman Thomas earlier in this quarter. Thomas came back in for just 1 play, did not carry the ball, and he's on the bench with 9 carries for 6 yards. It's 3rd down and 4. Timeout. Oklahoma State.
You know,
Oklahoma State has never been shut out in Pat Jones' tenure here. They're trying to make sure that stays. Jones' team does. And Gundy looks for the slant pattern, finds it in the end zone, incomplete.
Never throw the ball late down the middle, Vern. That's an interception. You should just never throw the ball late down the middle in that kind of pass, especially when the defense doesn't have to back up.
Roderick Thomas, number 89, drifted back from his defensive line spot and knocked it down.
See, the defense has no place to drop. They're already almost in the end zone, so if you throw the ball late down there like this, look at all the white jerseys. It's lucky that really wasn't intercepted.
Intended for J.R. Dillard. Field goal doesn't mean anything, so on 4th and 5, Gundy will go for it. 219 yards. Does he have to call timeout again? Nebraska calls timeout.
Nebraska.
The Cornhuskers call timeout, and Mike Gundy goes over to...
The trouble with the pass on 3rd and 4 down there, or 3rd and 4.5, what it amounts to, you don't get it, you're in that 4th and 4, which is really long yardage down there. But if you run on 3rd, figuring I'm going to take 2 running plays to make my 4 yards and go ahead and score, because the 1 touchdown is going to make the difference in the outcome of the game anyway, but you're more apt to get your touchdown.
Oklahoma State trying to avoid the shutout. By the way, the president of Oklahoma State, Dr. Larry Boger, is retiring at the end of this year. And in his honor, the Oklahoma State football team did something I've never seen before. See the LLB, the decal on the back of the helmet?
Right to the left of the 5
on the left of the number 5.
That's in honor of their president. He's quite a guy. He's on the practice field every day. He's just sort of a break away from the problems of, that there's presented to a president of a university now.
There's Dr. Boger. He's waving at us right now. His wife, Frankie. They have been wonderful hosts for us here in Stillwater.
Great smoked salmon there last night.
That's where you were. Here's Gundy on 4th down. Drills it. Incomplete. Neil Smith applying the pressure, and Nebraska takes over.
Getting back to the president of the university, at practice Thursday, we're sitting there down toward the end of the practice, and some players came walk by. They yell at him like they know him like an assistant coach.
Yeah, it was nice to see.
Here's the scramble situation, and this is what the guy is great at. But I'll tell you, when a guy like that reaches out, 99 Neil Smith, you better get rid of the ball. Great catch. Didn't have possession to be called inbounds, I guess.
And it wasn't, and so it comes back, and Nebraska takes over at the 7-yard line.
This kid will be down about 10 minutes, and he'll be ready to go. He's just got that kind of personality. He'll be upset in the locker room, and he'll be ready to go next week. You can bet.
Cleve Blakeman still in the quarterback. Hand off up the middle. That's Tyrese Knox, the 3rd I-back, number 34. 6:15 to go.
If you were a high school running back, and a good one, Vern, and you're in Texas, and Nebraska shows up and said, would you like to run behind our offensive line? You're going to make about 100 yards a game. What would you do?
I'd head for Lincoln.
You'd head for Lincoln, and this is what happens.
For the season, 140 yards for Thurman Thomas. 6 yards today on 9 carries, and Keith Jones, 114 yards today. 2nd down, 5:50 to go in the ball game. 35-0 Nebraska leads.
Here's that counter. Nice block.
Richard Bell, that's another Nebraska 1st down.
Real nice block by Derek Green. Came around, did a real nice job.
Take an update on what some of the Heisman hopefuls have accomplished in this mid-October afternoon. Gordy Lockbound, 3 TDs, 277 yards as Holy Cross beats Bucknell by 38. Lorenzo White of Michigan State had another big day. He's right back in the picture, Dick.
Oh, yeah, he's got to be.
38-0 as they win. Tim Brown, 1 touchdown, a 74-yard punt return again. 35-14. The young man from Dallas may be the favorite. And Thurman Thomas may have taken himself out of the picture. Here's John Kelly, the senior from Lincoln, Nebraska.
I'm glad you knew who he was, because I don't even have him on my game card. I'm 3D. Boy, are you organized, Coach.
Oh, how about that?
There's Thomas. He is dejected. But I'll tell you, in watching him on film in preparation, and you saw him too, Vern, the guy can really run. But you got to give him room to get started. I wouldn't mind having him in my backfield anytime. I'd look a lot smarter. I really would.
35 zip with 4:53 remaining in the ball game. They pitch it back. John Kelly, 6'1" senior from Lincoln. The number 4 I-back.
The quarterback executing that blocking technique after the toss that time cut down the defensive end, chasing it from behind. Clever technique. Very clever.
USC still leads the Huskies 16-7 in the 2nd quarter.
You can't believe how tough it is to win up in Washington, in Seattle, Washington. It is really tough.
Crowd sits right on you, doesn't it?
I don't think I've ever won a football game as a college coach up there. In about 6 tries.
They give it to the fullback.
Oh, nice tackle.
And Brian Carpenter is knocked down at the 37. Well, the last time Oklahoma State won in this series was 1961. Remember what you were doing in 61?
I was head coach at Hillsdale High School in San Mateo, having a great time. Coaching great kids and having a lot of fun.
I was a senior at Texas Lutheran College.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Yeah. And Joe Cash, our spotter, was celebrating the 18th reunion of his graduating class at the University of Nebraska.
Oh, option. No one took the quarterback.
There we go. Cleve Blakeman looks back and thinks about pitching. And he's down at the 33-yard line, tackled by Jerry Decker.
To defense the option, you have to be so disciplined. Someone takes the dive, someone takes the quarterback, someone takes the pitch, and in this case, nobody took the quarterback. Here's an end zone shot, and this shows you how deceptive the option or how tough it is to defense. See the fake inside? The cameraman thinks he's still got the ball. I'm glad he's... now we got him. Here we go.
Jerry Decker finally made the tackle. New quarterback for Big Red. Jerry Godowski comes in, the sophomore from Fremont, Nebraska. Played last week in the game over Kansas. There's a young Cornhusker.
3.8 student, Godowski. They have some bright kids in this football team.
Well, and they've got a red shirt named Mickey Joseph, who was the subject of a big recruiting battle with Oklahoma out of Louisiana, who is redshirting as a freshman. And he'll be ready next year.
And just wait your turn to win.
How about them Huskers? First and 10, Nebraska, with a 35-zip lead. Plunge up the middle, Carpenter. Or no, it's Sam Schmidt. Sophomore from Wood River, Nebraska.
Off that play. See, off that handoff inside goes the option. And that time the quarterback came down the line and didn't have it. And here's tomorrow.
The strike has been settled. They'll talk about that on the NFL Today tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern Time. And the Giants 0-4. Can they possibly come back?
This guy can bring them back. Bill Parcells can bring them back.
You talked to him this week, didn't you?
He can bring them back. Good football coach.
Second down, 6. 2:32 to go. Pitch left.
Oh, good blocking.
John Kelly, number 40. David Bailey made the tackle, number 98.
Excellent blocking by Brian Carpenter, the fullback leading. Did a nice job.
41-14 Syracuse. Dick McPherson's team will jump in the rankings this week from 13 into the top 10.
That's unbelievable.
Isn't it, though?
They take them, Penn State. If Penn State were coming in here and playing Nebraska, you'd think it's an even ball game, more close. And here's Syracuse taking them apart. Mentally not ready to play.
Speaking of streaks, 1970 was the last time Syracuse defeated Penn State. First and goal, Nebraska. And off goes Brian Carpenter, number 29, out of Olathe, Kansas.
Kenny Cumbie made that tackle. Did a nice job. His cousin, George Cumbie, plays in the National Football League.
Played at Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Well, the Big Red fans are still here.
Somebody's down, Vern.
And there is a player down for Oklahoma State at the 10-yard line. That may be Sim Grain. I'm not sure. I should wait till we can see the number for sure.
I'm not sure Sim was still in the game.
Yeah.
I don't think he was because they've got some backup players in there getting some playing experience.
Well, while we check on the injured player, it is Sim Grain, number 53. Timeout has been called. We'll be right back.
In places beyond the reach of other overnight delivery companies, you'll find UPS. Because unlike the competition, only UPS Next Day Air delivers overnight to every single address coast to coast. And because we're so efficient, we can do it for up to half what other companies charge. Whether the place is hard to reach or easy to reach. UPS, we run the tightest ship in the shipping business.
For a 5-speed and more standard horsepower than Ford Ranger, we've got your truck. Chevy S10, more power.
The ball game, Nebraska leads at 35-0, and they're facing a second down and goal from the 7. 1961, the last time that Oklahoma State won. What were some of the other things that were going on in that year? Well, dramatically and sadly, the Berlin Wall was built in 1961. Our President John F. Kennedy faced off with Nikita Khrushchev, who was the premier of the Soviet Union. The first U.S. manned space launch had Alan Shepard inside. He now lives in Houston. And there's a guy named Maris who hit his 61st home run off of one of those little bitty figures in history, Tracy Stallard. That all happened in 1961.
You show me some class coming up with names like that. You didn't even have that written in your hand. That was all right from memory.
61 was a good year.
It was. Won the championship.
The last year my head was clear.
Gave up 27 points in 8 games. Good defense. Good.
At
Swimming
Hillsdale?
mothers. That's what they were
Is
called.
that where you were also the coach of the swimming team?
Yeah, coach of swimming. We're undefeated swimming. That's where I learned to coach people.
You are a multi-talented guy. So.
No, not really.
Yeah, you are.
I had a lot of good swimmers, but really learned a lot about working with the individual when you coach swimming.
Yeah.
You talk about work.
Don't
those
they,
swimmers work.
Final 1:12 of the ball game. And 3rd and goal. Nebraska will go for it. Up and over the top.
I don't think he got it.
Didn't make it. John Kelly had hopes of emulating Herschel Walker.
See, they'd like to get up to their point scored average. They've been averaging 43-4 a game, and right now they're at 35. If they get this one in, it'd be 42.
It'll be 4th and goal. And Nebraska, with 37 seconds to go, will go for it. Fumble. Picked up. Did he make it? No, he did not. John Kelly leaned for the end zone and didn't quite get in. Pretty alert play, though.
Yeah, it was very alert.
And the clock stops on the 4th down play. Pat Jones' team takes over. 425 yards on the ground today, Dick.
I don't know if I've ever been around a game that there were that many yards. I mean, a quality football game.
Right.
Have you? I can't remember. Can you? We have somebody down here. Here's an end zone shot. You'll see the fumble right there. It just snaps right out. Normally, that kind of fumble is on the center. And Gardner breaks it in there. Let's see what happens here. He kicks it.
Didn't quite get it across the plane.
No.
And Reuben Oliver is the freshman nose tackle. He appears to be the, yes, it is Oliver. Oliver, the injured player.
Yeah. Reuben Oliver is the injured player.
Well, we want to thank the Oklahoma State staff, Pat Jones, and all of his coaching staff, George Wallstead, Lewis Campbell, Larry Coker particularly, who met with us, Steve Buzzard, who is the public relations director.
Yeah,
Tom
Bill
Dorado.
Shinnick really helped me a lot, too. They really did a nice job of trying to help us get prepared to do this game properly.
And there's the president retiring this year after 10 years at the helm here. That's his wife, Frankie, sitting in front, the lovely lady dressed in orange, and Dr. Larry Boger. Thank you, sir. And Pat Jones. Nice to see a man laugh when his team is down 35-0. Not Pat.
He keeps things in proper perspective.
You bet.
Really does. Been a good program.
Chris Smith has come in at quarterback now. Thurman Thomas, 6 yards on 9 carries. Smith will go for a bunch into triple coverage and incomplete. Brent Parker, number 29, is the intended receiver. Flag down. May have a pass interference call. Now against whom?
I don't know. I didn't see any. Who are those guys with the hats on?
Vigilantes. That's the posse.
Signal is offensive pass interference.
Okay. Offensive pass interference. Or ineligible receiver downfield. That was the call. So from the end zone, Oklahoma State. 16 seconds to go. Barry Sanders.
They have some
One more block.
They have some quickness in those young kids, don't they?
They sure do. 8 seconds to go.
Barry Sanders did a nice job.
Total offense for Nebraska today, 618 yards.
I don't ever remember being involved with a football game when the ball was moved that well.
Especially not against an undefeated team. Yeah, that's something?
Yeah, it's just unbelievable.
And Pat Jones goes to Missouri next week. He tries to regroup his team.
He'll do it.
This should be the final play of the game. Barry Sanders looks for the wall. Oh, he is exciting. And that should be it. The clock shows 0. Pat Jones and his ball club fall to 5-1. Nebraska goes to 6-0 and solidifies its hold on at least number 2 in the country. Tom Osborne and Pat Jones meet each other at the middle of the field.
He's got a lot of class, this Tom Osborne. Great football coach. Very much respected, not only by his college peers, but by the NFL people. Very much respected person.
The 143rd career victory. And we're going to go to Jim Nance in our New York studio for scores and highlights of other games. Our final here, Nebraska 30.
Funding for Cornhusker football is provided in part to the Nebraska ETV network by Gottfriedson's Chrysler Plymouth, selling Chrysler products in Lincoln for over 50 years. By Bankers Life Nebraska, providing insurance protection to Nebraskans for more than 100 years. And by over 30,000 members of Nebraskans for Public Television.
Programs here. Get your Husker program. Programs here.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone, and welcome to Cornhusker football. Tonight, we're going to review the tape of that probably one of the most productive days that Nebraska football has ever seen. Offensively, a very stingy defense, too. We're going to meet a couple of players we're mighty happy to have on our side of the field. And we're going to talk, of course, with Husker linebacker coach John Melton, get his comments on the game. So it's going to be an interesting evening, I think. John, this was another game in which we had a little of everything. We're going to see some offense, we're going to see some defense, we're going to see some fumbles, we're going to see some near records.
You're right. You know, gee, I'm glad this game is over so we can get down to business right now. I tell you, games like Iowa State and Kansas State they just scare me to death because sometimes you don't know, how things are going to turn out. You fumble a few times or you miss a couple of tackles. But I tell you, our kids, they played well. They really did. And before we go on, I know it's Husker Bob in there, and I certainly hope that he is feeling a lot better.
Right. Bob Rowe was on one of the familiar, you might say, characters around Nebraska football. Was pictured there at the first, had a heart attack this week, and we wish him well. Bob doesn't want to miss the Oklahoma game, but
if I know Bob, he'll be out there. I don't know how to do it, but he'll be there.
Right. John, let's talk about on the positive side. The offense was awesome. Keith Jones had a brilliant day.
Oh, it's 630 yards.
666 overall.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
God, I hope nobody ever does that. If anybody does that against us, we might be...
Keith had 240 yards. Remember a guy got 238 against you a few years ago?
No.
Kurt Warner. Remember that? Penn State?
I remember. I just didn't want to bring it up.
About right.
Yeah.
Now, on the other side...
we didn't have any healthy defensive tackles either.
That's right. That's right. On the other side, we're a little shaky defense. Remember that they moved right down the field?
Well, the first series.
Got most of the yards.
Well, they had splits in the line, we had to take a little adjustment period there after the first drive they had, but after that, I didn't see any real big problem.
Shut them off at the pass and kept them from scoring a touchdown there, and of course then it was pretty well decided. Let's meet our player guests tonight, and I think we've got enough room to get both of these guys on the set. We've got a lot of poundage here on the left side of your screen. This fellow on the offensive side wears number 57, and that's offensive tackle Kevin Leitner, the senior from Hastings. And on the right side, 235-pound defensive end Broderick Thomas, the junior from Houston, Texas. Kevin, an absolutely awesome day for the offense. What did you enjoy the most out of it?
Well, I think the main thing was that everyone got to play. I think even down to the third and fourth units all got to go in and play well. And you know, the first team, we got in there and did what we were supposed to do, and then we got out and let everyone else have fun.
All right. And a fellow who has the nickname of the Sandman is with us. A lot of folks have been wanting to see what Broderick Thomas looks like without his football uniform, and he looks pretty nice, John.
Broderick is sharp. Both of these guys are sharp.
Broderick, I tell you, you are a fellow who, you know, had to be helped off the field a little bit last Saturday. What happened to you?
Oh, well, Marco didn't want to stop. He didn't mind. He tried to knock me out, really.
Your own player.
Yeah. He's that type of guy. He likes to hit, so, you know, I was the only person in the area, so he decides to hit me.
You, of course, have the title as the kind of the official or unofficial cheerleader of the team. You're not going to have that problem now with the team or the fans getting ready for Oklahoma, are you?
Well, no, I don't think so. I think the team and the fans, you know, I know the fans are ready, you know, and I'm quite sure our team is more than ready. You know, we've been waiting to get this last game over with, and it's over now. So it's just time to get down to business.
Can you wait? Is this going to be a long 2 weeks?
Wait, you know, it's no problem, you know. It's better when you wait, so, you know, when it gets here, it's going to be nice.
We're going to see an opening shot here in a few minutes. You've got some keys you're showing here. The nickname, of course, you made popular, "This is our house."
Yeah, well, I really see it that way. I don't think anyone should be able to beat us in Lincoln, and I don't think anyone should be able to beat us anywhere we play, but most likely, you know, speaking of Lincoln, Nebraska, you know, it's a place that we live in every day, and we have to deal with the people around, and we enjoy making them happy by winning, you know, and making ourselves happy, you know. So I think our house, you know, we shouldn't be beat here, period.
All right. Well, the polls this week showed some increase of interest in Nebraska. The UPI coaches poll got about twice as many votes of the coaches this week, John.
I see the guy at Syracuse voted for himself, and the guy at Miami voted for himself, right?
Well, you know, you got to have some fans there. Now, the AP poll, again, showed some gains. In fact, I think this is the closest in the total points, not maybe in first place, but in the overall points that Nebraska sends.
That one is, which one is the coaches?
Well, that was the first one. This is the broadcasters and writers, and very close indeed. And, boy, it's just going right down. You're in perfect position here with the polls. John, this ball game was played under almost ideal conditions. It was a little breezy.
Yeah, they predicted, what, 40% chance of rain or something, didn't they? But I tell you, it was a good day. We didn't have to put our winter underwear on her. Look at her. She doesn't seem to mind. Yeah.
It's nice. The field house over there is getting a little closer to completion, John. You got to be in that soon.
It'll be completed. In fact, I think the carpet is laid right now. There's a nice picture of Jimmy. He knows what's coming.
Yeah. There's one of your charges, Leroy. Hey, Broderick.
I tell you, there's a pair, boy. There's a pair. The night watchman and the sandman.
Well, Broderick could come back and kind of be a volunteer Herbie Husker over the years. I mean, that was a new type of earring that we haven't seen before. What's this? Canes will be
Nebraska Football National. I tell you, everybody make. Hi, John Melton.
You got
Hi, Bev. How are you?
Hey, there's old Samuelson.
Yeah, there's old Carl. Look at
those. Look at those shoes. Well, I'll tell you, this is what makes football fun. You know, there are a lot of people that enjoy this part of the game as much as the actual game.
I went up to West Point last night and watched Pius play West Point. They played well.
So you see the signs? Okay.
There's Broderick with his keys.
Hey.
Who else is that with the keys?
Well, where did you get those keys?
Oh, some little kid came and handed them to me, you know, and I enjoyed them.
Do you have them yet?
Oh, yeah, I have them. I still have them now.
Good. Well, we want those keys to fit now next on the 21st, Broderick.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Huskers come out, as we mentioned, a beautiful day.
What time does that game start?
I think it's 2:30.
2:30.
Right.
Yeah. Good. Let's see now. He doesn't remember. Okay, there's the chicken. Oh, by the way, the cat is done with the psychiatrist.
Your cat?
Yeah. $350.
The great possum incident.
And Bev's hunting days are over, too.
All right. Huskers with a 66-degree day.
There's my son, Mike. He's helping the official.
In the striped shirt or the regular shirt? Oh.
My son doesn't officiate. He's just his dad.
Wind behind the kicker, and so the Huskers will start at the 20-yard line.
Broderick, if you make a tackle, you let me know.
Okay.
We're going to give him the dance. Boy, Keith did run tough, didn't he?
The first 7 out of 240 yards.
He did a great job one day. Great.
Yeah.
Sledge? Wow.
Oh, man.
That was a good holder.
How do you keep ahead of a guy like that, or Steve Taylor, Kevin?
Well, you don't really try to keep ahead of them. You just go as hard as you can and just hope they try to read your blocks.
Kevin, you know, when he first came, he had a little problem here. He weighed in at what, Kevin, 305?
Yeah, I was around there
Coach
somewhere.
Tennifer wasn't real happy with you at the time, was he?
No, they had a talk with me during 2 days.
What do you weigh now?
About 85.
You look lean.
Yeah,
lean and mean at 285.
I tell you, I bet your dad's glad you're down here. He doesn't have to feed you.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
All right, you're moving up for a first down. Again, here's Keith behind that blocking, you see, trying to read him. Dives for about 7. And he went out for a minute, limped out a little bit.
Yeah, he must have got the hit in the leg or something.
But, yeah, looked like it was just momentary. Tyrese came. And they kind of welcomed him here a little bit.
Welcome to the Big 8, Tyrese.
Yeah, well, he welcomed them later on in the game.
That's right.
Seen him welcome about 4 or 5 of them.
Shot there.
Yeah, he did. He ran tough that time. Really good.
And then he comes back on this next run and really blows him out here.
Good option. Well run. Good block there. I wish I saw who that was. Somebody that got a good block downfield. It's like you say, though, if you don't block downfield, you're never going to go.
This is a good drive, 80 yards.
Ron Brown, Tom, 2 great coaches. There's a good block there.
There's one there. Wow.
Dana hasn't scored one in a little while, has he, Brett?
Yeah, it's been a while, but I know he's on the way. He's just kind of bottling up for the showdown.
With Steve Taylor on the option. Look at that guy go outside.
See, that was a nice drive.
Yep.
Really was.
10 plays, 80 yards.
That's a good way to start a game, man. Don't forget how you did it. Now Broderick's getting ready.
Take another look at it. Well, this is a tough play to defend, isn't it, Broderick? Now, this is the kind of stuff you're going to see here.
Oh, well, you know, it just
Oklahoma.
depends. You know, if you don't have the speed to hang out there, you know, it's no sense in being there, you know. I think I have enough speed to deal with any quarterback in the country. So, you know, practicing against guys like Steve, you know, I think I can handle anybody, you know.
The thing that's real important, you got to understand about the wishbone. If you have the fullback, you play the fullback. If you have the quarterback, you play the quarterback. If you have the pitch, you play the pitch. You know, you can't go guess or Broderick help Leroy or Leroy help Broderick. And you got to play your option responsibility.
Must do that. If you don't do that, you're going to be in
You're
a
in
load of
lots of trouble. Okay.
By the Cardinal. Iowa State return. Now, John, as we watch this first series here on offense,
it's a good hit by Ferguson there. And
Ferguson.
Hard-nosed guy there.
Now, why?
Well, look at the split. Look at that split out there. See? Now, Forrest had to drag him down because Cowboy, the split. Look at the splits on those lines. You see Neal trying to come down? Of course, Neal's leg was bothering him so bad that he shouldn't have probably even been in there. Now, there's an option right there. They doubled. They ran that pretty well. This Henderson is a good player.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
He's a good player. Did he get hurt, Broderick? I noticed he did.
Well, he got dinged up a little bit, but you know, we just slowed him down later on in the game.
3rd and 1, and you didn't want to see this, John. You got a pretty good
See, it's a cutback.
Well, they're kind of playing Nebraska, and you found in the middle of it.
Yeah, well, you know, it's not real good. Let's yeah. This is ridiculous. It's a good pass, you know. He did a lot of slipping. You notice that? You slip, brother?
Well, I didn't slip that much.
Kevin, did you?
Hard.
I had those new shoes I got us this year. I didn't have any trouble with
No problem at all, huh? You watch and you notice we slipped around a little bit there. Maybe it's just overrunning them, you know, and bringing them back.
2nd down and 10.
Cowboy.
So now they got a first down on your 27-yard line.
It's time to get stingy now.
And when you were talking about those splits, you talked about
their offensive line.
Okay.
God, it was so big, you know, we had to make just a little adjustment to get it done, and then now this goes right through a guy's hand. That should have been almost an interception there, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should have been, you know, but it's
Bucks won't win a lot of games, will they?
Yeah.
This hasn't happened very much this year, John. The teams come out in the first series and just go right down on it.
See, that's the one that say that they had a guy open in the other flat. And that's the one Jim Walden really jumped Sadik, and there we go. fumble. Not yet. Next play, there's Broderick. All right. We had everybody
help my buddies out.
Huh?
Trying to help my buddies out on the
Now
top.
you got to cut him off here. The quarterback looking around, he decides he sees an opening, and there goes the ball.
There goes the ball, and I think Jobman came up with the ball, didn't he?
Well, I think it was Pete. Jobman or Pete. Whichever one we
If
got.
you
the
were
ball.
around there, you'd have been in there fighting for it too, wouldn't you?
I got there just a second too late.
Well, John, along with players and a few other things and staying healthy, another attribute of a national championship is you got to be lucky. And you've had some luck this year.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's better be lucky than smart.
Heibel's carry, now Jones again.
This is good. Yeah. This is what I like to see. I'm surprised this guy caught him. They say this number 11, I talked to Jimmy Burrows before the game. They said this number 11 is a good defensive back.
It was good, but I didn't think anyone would go
Let's take another look at it.
So. Well, he had a good cutoff angle on it.
Let's look at the blocking here now.
Just perfect.
Boom. Takes the ball at the goal
Look
line.
who's leading over there, number 57.
Kevin.
I just trying to pick up garbage on the backside.
One guy left.
I tell you what, I think he looked back, and that slowed him down enough for this guy to take it.
64 yards, first down for 31.
Oh. Center just pushed back a little bit there.
Just overthrown.
Rando doesn't like that, does he? Yeah.
No.
This has been a good play for you at times, a draw.
Oh, yes, it is. He's running smart, isn't he? There's Smitty trying to block for him. Yeah. Bell.
Did that something last week, John. You had 5 touchdown passes. This week you didn't have any.
We didn't have one this
Just
week?
round them out.
As long as you
There's
get
a
them.
good hit right there. Good tackle. I'll tell you what, Iowa State kids played hard. I'll give them credit for that. They were maybe outmanned a little bit, but Kevin, they never did quit on us, did they, Kevin?
No,
There's
they
a
didn't.
good block. Hey, boy.
I don't blame those. A lot of those backs come up and they just get down and kind of hug the ground on you, Kevin.
Yeah, they try to take our legs out. We just try to get down there with them.
Did we move that time? It's a good play by Smitty. Smitty's a good receiver. Real. He runs good pattern.
He's a fine receiver. That's
That wasn't you, was it?
No, it wasn't me.
Good.
I've been holding free the last few weeks.
Good.
Holding thing,
Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
We're going to take another look at this, John.
I'm not saying a darn thing.
No, I think you'll be pleased to
I am pleased.
look.
I am pleased. It was a tick pass, whatever that means.
Let's see if we can watch him drag his feet. Great protection. Now watch this. What concentration. Look at that. Isn't that great? Just gets that toe down.
That's a great receiver.
Jonesy gets them there close.
In isolation.
There goes.
Good trap. Lightner got the
Heibel
block.
takes it in.
All right.
And John McCormick came up
John
and
McCormick
got the
came
backer.
Take another look at that touchdown play, and you mentioned the...
Heibel scored it.
Mm-hmm.
Good for Mike.
Me and John were there, kind of fighting over the same guy there for a little bit there.
I'll tell you what.
McCormick and
That's
Lightner.
almost 600 pounds fighting over a guy there, you know. You notice how everybody takes some shots at the linebackers, don't they, Ken? Huh?
Yeah, those are the guys you love to hit.
The poor little guys out there.
What did you say last week? Linebackers were fullbacks with their...
Brains
Get some letters from linebackers, John.
Oh, we get some letters.
Yeah, right. Okay, you got 14 now.
Our kickoff coverage was excellent. Now, there's Welniak there causing a fumble. Now, I don't think we got anything out of this, and believe me, that does not make Coach Osborne happy.
No, he wasn't. We blew a few scoring opportunities Saturday.
Is this when he had the visit over on the sideline after this series?
Yeah, I think he did. We usually
You
have
know,
two
Coach
ideas.
doesn't get...
Now you're talking after you didn't score on this drive?
Yeah, I think what do you do? Just go over and show you the defenses they were in, and
Yeah.
we start off all right. What do we get? About 3 or well, about 4 or 5. Yeah, which is all right.
And then this pitch went awry.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that number 49, you got to give him credit. He played it pretty good. Broderick, he had his hand out, you know, like you're taught.
Well, I guess so, you know, but he's lucky that guy number 21 didn't get going.
Behind Brinson, so it's fourth down.
Fourth down.
And you no sense going for a field goal.
No, I don't think so. And that's why I never yelled, everybody.
That's right. Mom and Dad will do enough hollering.
We got a clipping penalty now.
That wasn't on me either.
I know it.
Tyrese gained 12, but that was canceled out by penalty at the end of the first quarter. 14-0.
You notice every play, oh, we had a little problem there. The fullback hit the trapper, didn't he?
The Carpenter still got 8.
That's going to be a great fullback in the time to come.
We got two. We're very fortunate. We have 2 good fullbacks. Now he's running good there.
That he is.
You're not like
he got over.
I'd like to just see him take that guy and knock him over on the Iowa State side of the field, you know? There's Henley standing there with his jacket on, chewing his gum.
See, one of his classic reverses here.
I know how that linebacker feels. Broderick, anybody ever fake you like that?
No, not yet.
No,
I'm not looking forward to that.
I'm
not looking forward to anything like that.
Good concentration. I felt. This is an exciting run coming up here with Taylor.
Oh, the guy almost had him in the backfield. How did he get through there? Milliken, he's standing there, wondering, he don't know what to do.
Let's take another look at that run.
This play is designed to get outside, but he cuts it up.
He read
They
it.
had a lot of
There's
flow.
Sledge looking. There's Milliken. Milliken gets an assist. There's McCormick. John's down the field a long way there.
That's 17 out of it. Well, here's some pretty blocking. Tyrese.
He just walks in. Oh, boy, that's nice. Good job of blocking over there.
Carpenter had a couple of people on the ground there.
Is that your side of the line?
Yeah, it is. We had everyone down on the ground.
That's good.
Well, you like to see them on their backs.
Watch this. This is a good job. You know, they always accuse the offensive lineman of holding. Aren't you lucky we don't ever do that?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, we don't hold that often.
No, we don't, Jay. I'm sure Milt and Dan Young, they really work with you guys on that.
7 plays, 64 yards. Drenden's kick, 21-0.
Now, I wonder what Jimmy was mad about here.
He was really hot that point. I don't know.
I don't want to get hot at the refs, though.
No.
I don't get them upset.
Leroy's ready. Hey, look at that.
Do I have to?
Leroy didn't play in the first half.
No, he didn't. First quarter.
First quarter.
Yeah. Ooh! Well, he stuck it to him, and who was that? Cole underneath, and it was my son. Oh, I found out why those pants are white. They call them stonewash.
I tried to tell you that, John.
No,
the last time.
You never told me stonewash. Why did they do that? I mean,
it's a style, John. He used to wear probably a pink shirt and gray pants one time. You know, that was style.
When I was a kid, I used to wear a sugar sack support.
Coach Walton was telling that guy, you got to get me blocks. I was like, not today.
There's Leroy. Forsey took care of that little problem.
Linebacker.
Forsey had a good day.
Forsey plays good all year. Now, I don't understand. They had more fake punts, I think, than we ran plays.
Oh,
Marco. Who is that? Oh, that's embarrassing.
Marco.
He tried to nail me out. I don't know. Somebody might have tried to pay Marco off that one. And he tried to help me out. Like, Marco, why you do me like that?
Both of you shouldn't be going for that punch.
Oh, well, I tried to ease up. Marco just kept going.
Blakeman is a quarterback.
Well, you got to understand, Marco plays right end and left end, doesn't he?
He plays them both. He does well at either one.
Yeah. Well, our defensive ends have played good all year.
Everybody covered, so
I
toss
think
it
he
out
just
on.
threw that in the way, didn't
Yeah.
he?
Well, that has to be the best backup in the country. Yeah, Derek Green on there at tackle.
Look at that
Great
hole
block.
there. Isn't that great?
Pulled away from two and fakes the third one. We'll take another look.
Watch that hole there. Watch that hole. That line.
Okay, let's over the
Stadium inside that.
Yeah.
Derek Green, left tackle, was in the game there. He killed his guy.
Good job. Guy misses, fakes him. Somebody got a good block there. Did you see that was, Kevin?
I didn't see who that
Jones
was.
had to look around. He couldn't believe he was that open. 27 yards, touchdown, 3 plays.
Well, you know, now is when you got to just put them away and then relax. But we didn't put them away there, really, did we?
No. They after at this point of the game, you still came away with the impression they were pretty scrappy. Although
I think they played hard all game. I don't think they gave up, did they? No.
there's one a little help there with some of the turnovers.
Oh yeah.
Ray Valadale.
Ray Valadale's got him there. Then everybody jumps on. They want to get an assist. See? Yeah.
Did Neil Smith play in this game?
About 3 or 4 plays.
That leg was really hurting him bad, so
Yeah.
he just decided to get out before it hurts him any worse.
Third down and 10.
A little pressure on the quarterback here now.
Ball's fault.
Ball. Now, see, we didn't get anything out of this fumble either, did we?
No, we didn't.
Who got the Valadale? Got the fumble?
75.
That's a
Down
good
off
job.
for the sack. Seems like we couldn't score Saturday unless we had to go about 90 yards.
Yeah, you know, and,
So that gives you a first down, but it didn't last very long. Ooh. This almost looked like a
I tell you what,
95-yard
this guy
run.
here is a pretty good defensive back. He has good size, doesn't he?
He's done a good job.
So Steve Taylor had
He did
to
a great job.
make the stop. So there were a lot of kind of swings of the pendulum in this game.
It was an exciting game, really, you know, a lot of long runs. Jonesy's trying to rip his head off. Who was under there?
I'm not sure on that.
I want to see the Sandman make a tackle and give me that. What do you call that thing?
Oh, just getting excited, a little dance.
Oh,
for a second.
well, I tell you, it's good to play with a little excitement.
Good coverage by
No. Welniak banged him pretty good. Welniak did a great job on the kickoff. That's about as good a kickoff coverage we've had this year.
No return on that one out of bounds.
You on a kickoff team, bro?
Oh, no. Thank God.
Don't you like the kickoff team?
It's fair, you know, when it's big game time, you know, I don't mind, but I prefer just defense. Really like defense a lot.
How about all those 4 linebackers? They're all right on that.
Oh, this
There
was
we
a fun
go.
play.
There we go.
Those,
Boy,
line,
you should have stopped with that. Go ahead.
those linebackers like a lot of contact, so they let them get enough
Well,
for the
you're
day.
supposed to like it, too.
Oh, you know, they call me a defensive end, so, you know, it's a little different from being a linebacker, they say.
I see. Okay. Well, as long as you explained it to me that way.
I think Broderick will get you coaches straightened out if you just stay with him long enough, John.
Yeah.
That was 12-yard gain on there. The pitch to
Well,
Jonesy.
Austin.
Gets the first down.
I tell you, see, Iowa State is still hitting good. That number 11, he's appeared, hasn't he? There's a sweep, kind of sweep.
Well, that's just speed to turn the corner like
Yeah,
that.
and then they catch us with something,
Yeah,
don't
holding.
they?
Yeah, they got a nice shoulder.
That wasn't you either.
I wasn't at the game out there, so it couldn't have been me.
That was a
Nice
good
run.
run. Yeah.
Nice block on that linebacker.
Yeah. Second unit lines in there now.
We were substitute even through the first quarter. We were
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, yep.
That guy, you know, a guy blindsides you. That's where most of your fumbles are caused, really, when you blindside a guy like that.
Now we're going to watch Iowa State with the ball.
Who's that
here.
rolling out there? Pete?
Yeah.
God, he's rolling out. There's Marco again.
Take punt.
Big punt. Leroy misses.
They got a pretty good average on those, John.
Oh, yeah. And the worst part about it is we spend a little time practicing it. That, you know, if they catch it.
They put together a couple of big pass plays here. One of them?
He paid the price there. Willie Stuckey.
They got a first down to 39. One thing all year, John, is a lot of gang tackling.
Yeah. Everybody jumping on, you know, trying to get oh, Marco is. You know, hey, that's, any of you other ends play in this game, or did Marco do it all, huh?
I think he tried to do it all.
Well,
Did a
he
good
tried
job.
to knock you out at the beginning. This is Rother for another strike.
Rother, you'd have to call him the sack man.
Well, he does get a lot of them, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's the leader.
Look at that.
Marco was right there with him.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is not what you want to see coming up here either, John.
This was unbelievable. I've been a coach for a long time, but, you know, that's a freshman guy getting a little excited there. You know, he's playing, but that happens. But I just never seen it before.
Lewis, yeah, he had quite a crowd around him when he decided to take a try at the ball.
But he's a freshman, and get a little excited. Oh, yeah, he get excited.
Now, there we talk, Roderick.
All right, brother.
Better you should have picked that up. You got a good hand.
I was hoping to pick it off and go about 90 yards.
There you go.
Well, there's a little crowd support down there.
That was dirty.
No, it wasn't dirty. Guy cut you.
I know, and good job, but, you know, I see it. That's not fair.
There's Rother knocked that down. One good thing about our defensive linemen, they're all so tall. You know, they get three-step drop. You don't bring those hands down.
There's no temper, since he's got all the little stubby guys over on offense.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yeah, well, how tall are you, Kevin?
All right, I'm 6'2".
6'2", but you're also 285.
Yeah.
Hastings area, Kevin Leitner is with us. A big guy who has pared himself down here to 285 for his fighting trim. Kevin, what's an average, what you have for breakfast? What's an average day for you? Huh?
Oh, I don't know. I just
Dozen eggs?
I don't like eggs that much, to tell you the truth. I just drink a lot of milk.
Do you?
Yeah, that's probably my main diet.
Remember we had Rod Horn? Remember the guy that used to...
Oh,
remember?
Rod
Has anybody ever equaled him?
No, I've never seen a guy even. We had him on a diet one time, Rod Horn, and he ate 40 pounds of lettuce.
40 pounds of lettuce.
So, no, I tell you what.
Well, you had a day off now yesterday. Did you get to enjoy it or what?
Yeah, I did. I didn't do too much. I just sat around and ate and tried to get the weight back up on the weekend.
You're going to get weighed again tonight. You know that, don't you? You,
Sat around and ate.
Willie Griffin, and a few. Don't go up this field.
Kevin, if we, you know, the offense has been awesome, but if we had to find something, we might say, well, there have been a few too many fumbles and penalties. Do those things bother the offense?
Yeah, they do. You know, Coach Osborne, that's probably the thing that he hates the most, penalties and turnovers. And we had a few this week. We started off really well. Our defense was getting turnovers, but then we just give them right back to them. And plus, not capitalizing on good field position. We blew a few opportunities there Saturday.
Well, you're going to need one of those near perfect games for Oklahoma. You know that.
And I think we're going to get it.
Okay. Well, I tell you, I can hardly wait. You know, games like Oklahoma games. That's what these guys came to Nebraska for. Play games like that. They knew when they came here we're going to be fighting for national championship. It's just the waiting around, isn't it?
That's the only thing that eats me up, just waiting.
No. You know, but...
Are you getting a lot of pressure, Broderick, from the Oklahoma media and all these people calling you and stuff?
Well, I'm handling it just fine, you know. I'm enjoying it, you know. I'm telling people it's going to happen. It's no problem, you know, just waiting on the date, you know. Time's going to, you know, evaporate, so we're just waiting.
Right. Well, things are going to happen here very quick, John, in the second half. The first play, Keith Jones gets a couple of yards.
You know, you think we're messing around again. There's Kevin straightening out his pads. I don't know why, but here we go. Come on, Kevin. You hit John McCormick right
I just tried to knock everyone down there.
Boy, isn't this a great run, huh?
Then he got a good block there.
Oh, yeah. And Gregory got a good block on that. I think both guys. But you can't have a long run without good block.
Todd Milliken got clear downfield from the backside and cut down safety, too.
All right, let's watch it from this angle now.
Broderick, see that shoulder pad?
There's Milliken clipping the guy down.
Would you like to wear a pair like that?
I like mine, just find mine do a better job. A little extra to mine.
They were, I tell you what, they weren't going to catch him at that.
I tell you. Another 69 of his 240 yards in the game.
How many sellout games do we have in a row now? About 150?
Well, yeah, at least. And I tell you, there were folks thought, you know, here's a game where you were heavy favorites, but still folks are looking and saying, hey, we only got 2 more chances to see these guys this year.
You can't get tickets. Right?
You want to...
I tell you what, there are no tickets for Oklahoma. I tell you, there's just no use bothering asking or...
I've got a lot of calls this last few weeks, people wanting tickets.
Sure, yeah. Anywhere, as long as they're good seats.
All right, well, let's watch Broderick here now. He gets some action. Here he comes.
That's good play, Broderick. That's a good play.
I had to get out there and make the play. It's been my fault if he made a long game.
Forrest wrestles him down. Believe it or not, that's a defensive signal.
Okay.
Horsey gets beat there. That was his man. You know, it's we got a lot of people on those tackles, don't we?
That's great. That's what
That's
you
the way
need.
it should be. Did you see him grab Brian Washington right by the jersey?
Tackled him.
Yeah.
Oh, this one been a nice one. Oh, that's the next one.
That wasn't good. We didn't play that pass all day.
We got a first down
set up for an interception, too. 2 times I just slipped on that thing. Leroy.
He slipped.
Thank God Leroy didn't hit that guy. Thank God.
This kid's a good kicker. He's a kid from Council Bluffs. Well, we made a defensive mistake there. We didn't get the right defensive call.
Jamrod comes around from behind.
Boss, he's doing his job just fine.
The boss, is that what you call him?
Yep, Boss Hog.
Boss Hog, yeah.
Quarterback's going to have to lead the game for this one.
Lasik mad that he
Is this your big
have that
hit
one.
now coming?
Oh, well, I put one on him. He's laying down.
Oh, is he?
That's him right there. Helping him out. Sorry about that.
Right.
Mr. Sandman.
Piece of work.
Sandman is green.
I had to stop him.
Yeah, there you got a
Murray and
another tackle there. I'll say one thing about you, brother. If that ball's on the ground, you're going to be around it.
Got to go find it.
44-yard field goal. I was a little concerned in this next series, John. You got him 35-3. You got Oklahoma coming up, and in this next series, Steve Taylor's running options out there. I was kind of holding my breath a little bit.
Oh, he's a tough kid. That's just, you know, you got to stay sharp. Now, come on, straight up the field. No, he won't ever stop. They haven't got him down yet. He's just running out of room.
Well, Dana ran really tough this weekend. Just tuning his body
You
up.
know who really likes football? My daughter, Margie. She knows a lot about football. She watches football more than her dad.
We have a lot of very intelligent women football fans in
She
the
asks me
States.
some questions sometimes that really,
She probably knows.
I know she knows more about football than her husband
Does
does.
she know
I
about
that.
the playing of the goal line, John?
Steve stepped out, tried to get free six.
They're getting ready now.
Right.
This is probably Steve's last play, isn't it?
Yeah, Blakeman had 1 foot in bounds there. Looked like he's ready to come in.
Now, get out there, Steve. That's
You know, when he got up slowly like that, I'm thinking, hey,
he's
what's
all
going
right.
on? He's got a pretty good pounding though. All right.
He's tough.
Lance Van Zandt would say he's on scholarship. No matter what happens, you know, he's on scholarship. Look at those guys running in and out. I swear I'll never know our coach Osborne. We can't get 2 guys in on the kicking game. And he's running. Now, there's a good hit.
You ran your famous double 39 kickoff, though. They caught you.
Yeah, they caught us. I think somebody must have squealed on us.
Ball comes loose.
Did we get her back?
Yeah.
Who got it, Kev?
The guy with the name,
they got it.
Moore? Or Corey?
No, they got it.
Oh, they got it. Okay. I'm sorry. Husker hankies.
Is that right?
My wife bought 10 of those, John.
For what? I mean,
well, she sent them down to my daughter in Houston. Whoop!
Gone right back. Forsey makes him fumble, but they said he was
Yeah,
down.
that was...
Forsey hurt his wrist on that play.
Really?
Yeah, and he was done for the day. Well, yeah, come in and take it. Forsey ran off. He had a bad wrist. This guy's laying there. I think the guy might have been. Is that you, Broderick?
Yeah. Just missed that guy. Just missed him.
That's a good catch by that kid, wasn't it? Good concentration.
Pretty good.
Disgusting. First down.
Hey, there's
Bill
our
Shepard.
man, Bill
Groundskeeper.
Shepard. Shep does a good job, doesn't he?
Great
Never
job.
seen him without that red and white hat on.
Oh,
You?
that's right.
Okay,
So
huh?
Welder's cap.
You know, he and Walt and those guys over in that building, they do a good job for us over there. Glenn Abbott does a good job in our building. He and Mark, we have some good people to work for the athletic department. He's out of bounds.
That's what makes it work.
Of course, you know, you go see Walt about a set of gloves or anything, my God, you think you'd have to get an act of Congress. And then you notice I keep in touch because I just saw Leroy miss one there. Well, we're going to work on that this week. We're going to tackle that sled kill and get it done right. This was our one punt return, wasn't it?
You didn't have to punt.
No.
Crooker had a day off. Lakeland gets 11. Oh, he runs hard, doesn't he? Carpenter. A lot of teams very envious of the running backs that we had there.
Well, you know, you go out, you recruit them.
You got Jones, you got Knox.
Look at Knox. Look at Jones.
We got Heibel, we got Carpenter. We haven't even talked about the...
Tyrese that ran tough there. Just
Yep.
get up there and bang him, Tyrese. You know, he's a big back. He's, what, 220?
Well, he's slim.
Boy, I tell you, Smitty wouldn't have slipped there. Would have been exciting, wouldn't it? What are you doing now, Kevin? Sitting over there drinking water, huh?
I'm holding a glass of water right now. They put us on ice after the last
series.
I think John McCormick's the only starter that's in there right now.
Who?
John McCormick's the only one that's in there right now that I saw.
Does George Sullivan believe in any of these additives, or you just drink water? You drink any...
I got something in there. I think it's just food coloring.
Food
coloring. Just tries to keep us happy, you know.
Ooh, that's close. Yes, many thought he did.
Of course, did you ever see a receiver that wasn't interfered with? Huh? Never.
So Bill Babor had a good block there on the defensive end.
Help me with some of those
Newbert
guys.
was
See,
open
Derek.
on this pass, but he's just a little bit behind. Slow.
John Nelson's in there right now.
John Nelson and Derek Green's in there.
And Jeff
That's
Anderson.
Babor there, 69.
Yeah.
Look out. Oh, watch out. What happened there, Kevin? Somebody didn't come backside?
Yeah, we had a little trouble backside, it looked like, and quarterback kind of held up there.
Everybody can see those coming with the quarterback.
Yeah, he's the one who's going to pay.
Yeah.
There's Murray making a play. He had a good ball game. He really did.
Now,
He
the
played
middle
well.
guard is very important, of course, against a team like Oklahoma. And you got a big one like Pete, you got a little stubby one like Murray. How are they going to do?
Yeah, they're going to do all right, but see, when they have big splits in a line like that, those guys have got to help us. And they did a good job. Now we checked off right here into another defense, which we got right. And we had three guys on it, Marco and
Murray was
Boss
in there again.
Hogg and Murray. Here we go again. They must spend half their practice working on fake punts.
Looks like the whole offense right there.
This wasn't good. Ooh. This could have been a touchdown.
Who got that? Number 4? Jackson?
Yeah, Jackson got one.
Wow.
He really went after that ball.
I thought
Leroy
that was
walked away, then I knew we were in good shape. First down, White.
Okay. Well, you just wanted to set up a 97-yard drive, John. Tyrese booms
This is
out.
our last score, isn't it?
Yeah. Tyrese booms out for 17.
97 yards, and
Keith Jones had 240. Tyrese had 118 on this game.
is that right?
Mm-hmm. Steve Taylor had 96.
It's nice for a backfield average.
Sure is.
It's about 100 yards a man.
You had 666 total yards, John. Let's see if you remember what's the most total yards you ever had, Nebraska.
I know we had against New Mexico State. It was 700 and some.
883, I think
Oh
it was.
my God, that's a year. My Thermopolis Bobcats didn't make that much in a year.
I'd hate to be on that defense. They did that one.
And you know something, L.C. Cole, one of the assistant coaches at Kansas State played for us here, was down in New Mexico State at the time.
I think that's it. As I remember, it set some kind of an NCAA record for yard game rushing without a loss. He had like 660-some yards without a loss.
It was a hot day, too.
Of course, the score was
Kevin would have died in that one.
68.
Kevin, how'd you feel when we down in Arizona State?
I was
You lose
hurting
some
there
weight?
for about a week. I
Huh?
dropped about 15 pounds in that game. I played like 84 snaps, and I was
That's a lot of snaps.
We played a whole lot of football down there.
That was nice, though, winning down there.
Oh, it was really nice winning. It was a hard-fought game.
83. Is that McCoy? They had interference, but of course the gain was 18, so they'll take the play. Let's take another look at it here. Tim McCoy will catch on to it here. Newbert says I'm open too.
Oh, yeah. That's a good catch by that kid. That guy's hanging all over.
Should have been pass interference.
Well,
Let's see, you got Sam Schmidt in here running now.
Yeah.
Fullback.
is that your leg popped there?
My ankle.
My goodness. What's wrong with it?
A little sore right now. Get a little treatment, I'll be fine.
Brother,
You're not gonna miss
cracking
this
his
game.
kneecap over
Yeah,
there.
I tell you what. You're not going to miss this game, Bobby. They'd have to shoot you to miss this game.
Jim says he heard that in the control room.
Shoot me and lock me up.
That was Kadowski pitching to Harple Road. Started using everybody here.
Yeah, we had them running in and out. We must have played 100 guys again. I think Tom, I don't think you want to put it on Jimmy too bad. You know, Jimmy was an assistant here.
Well over 100 players. 106 maybe.
You know, we'd have scored in every opportunity we had. And we don't substitute. This could have been embarrassing.
Dalton gets one. Second goal.
They didn't substitute hardly throughout the whole game. They still got the same guys in there.
I don't think they have anybody substitute. There's Godowski going in.
Yep.
Mark Antonetti leading them through.
Yeah. Oh, Mark, the Notre Dame Wizard, huh?
Yeah. And Schnitzler will come in and
Smith
kick the
looks
extra
good.
point.
Yeah. He looks like a pro kicker. Look at
One
him.
of the few straight-ahead kickers left.
Yeah.
Makes it 42. Iowa State failed on a fake punt a little bit later. Nebraska took over, and a lot of people like Godowski and Kittrell and Yonk and Preston and Clare and Achola and Dalton all got in the game.
I was congratulating Tom there. See, he has more victories now than Bud Wilkinson.
That's right.
Right?
You and Barry are still tied, aren't
There
they,
he
Broderick?
is. Oh, God. Broderick, what are you
Now, what do
doing?
you got?
Just holding up a little collar. Having a fun.
Keith Jones,
Our
a
house,
couple of
man.
fans
Yeah.
there. Catherine Clayton.
There's a cute little baby there.
Well, it was far from cute as far as Iowa State was concerned. 666 total yards. They only got 62. John, you're doing a great job holding the rushing yardage down under
Yeah,
100.
but you know what happens? See, our offense, they get ahead, and then they force them to pass the ball, and then we get a few sacks, and that really knocks down on the running.
Oh, wow.
I think we're second in the nation or something. We were first last week. I don't know how Michigan State got ahead of us.
Well, Kevin Leitner and Broderick Thomas are our player guests here today. Kevin, you, a senior, playing your last year, you came over from Adams Central. Walked on, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
What about, how'd that evolve? When did you get the scholarship?
I got the scholarship about 3 years ago, but coming out of high school, we weren't very successful. We only won one game in 3 years when I was there.
Is that right? You don't...
No one...
you see why you didn't get a scholarship?
no one, I didn't get too
all right.
much exposure, though. No one really took a look at me, but I came up here as a linebacker originally. And I came up at 2:30, and like the second day I was at
offensive guard.
Wow. Well, and it
Didn't take us long, did it?
No, indeed. And it's been a great year, of course. You played with the team. I know in '85, I thought you played with a heck of a team that averaged about 374 yards. I was just looking, John, this team is averaging 390 yards rushing a game.
I think it's our finest offense since I've been here. I know we really feel good about the offensive line this year. I think we're good all the way across, all five players, and we got some outstanding backups that probably would be starting at other schools.
Well, we went the 390 and more against Oklahoma. What about Oklahoma? Broderick Thomas, a lot of folks are wondering what John is saying. Now, keep it under control. We don't want any bulletin board stuff.
No, Broderick is all right. Broderick knows he'll be all right.
You want to play?
Yeah, I want to play very badly, you know. Just my sympathy goes out to Jamel and Lydell Carr. You know, I really wish those guys could have made the trip down to Lincoln, you know, because it's going to be very exciting, you know. So I just wish they wouldn't have missed this, you know. I wouldn't miss for anything in the world, you know. I'm just pleased that nothing like that happened to anyone on our team, you know. So we're just waiting.
You feel you're ready for the Oklahoma Wishbone?
Oh, we've been ready, you know. We're just waiting, you know. Waiting on the days to go by, you know. That's
John, he says they're ready. You're still practicing out there.
Yeah,
we're practicing, but you know,
we're
ready,
practicing,
you know.
yeah. And believe me, we will continue to practice.
I think so.
Yeah, because we want to keep them busy.
What about your famous uncle there? Has he had any comments with you on this, Mike Singletary?
Well, I really haven't talked to Mike lately. You know, Mike has been very busy, you know, with the strike, and now his team's not doing so well. You know, they've been coming from behind to win the last 2 or 3 weeks, so
he's got enough to think about.
Yeah, I'm letting him handle his own problems right now before I throw mine on him, so I'm just taking it easy. I'll talk to him when it's over.
Have your parents or friends been able to see any in person up here this year?
Yeah, my father's been like 4 or 5 games. He's been to Arizona State, and he's been just driving. He has a new camper, so he's been driving, trying to burn it and drive his camper to death. So I'm just trying to hold him off. They'll be down to Oklahoma game, you know, so.
Now, you've been watching, you tell me you're majoring in industrial arts, and you've been watching the new field house going up. You want a job like that, building?
I wouldn't like to build. I'd just like to go out and manage, you know, and tell people what I'd like done and how fast, you know, how to put the building up.
In other words, you don't want to work, is that what you're...
Yeah, this guy has ability to direct people.
It's nice to be the boss, you know.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, I know.
That's right. That's why John's coach.
But, you know, before you become boss, you know, you're not going to start as the boss.
Kevin, you're a recreation major. You want to coach? What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'd like to coach someday. Football open up a lot of opportunities for me. Hopefully I will be able to coach and maybe get in a fitness center or something like that.
Right. John, isn't something guys like, you know, a 285-pounder back when you played, even in college, was unusual. Today they're common.
Yeah, you'll see a bunch of them when Oklahoma comes out here, yeah.
A bunch of wide bodies?
Their numbers look like they're little numbers on them. But
now, in about a minute's time, tell me about your preparation for Oklahoma. Is it any different Oklahoma than we've seen in the past? Different Wishbone? What?
No, it's the same Oklahoma. They run the same plays, and they run them well. They run a lot of formation. You'd be surprised. You know, people think that they just sit in the Wishbone, but they run a lot of formations. Listen, losing the quarterback and the fullback hasn't really... You know, the fullback against Okie State got 190 yards.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it didn't look like we were playing with Sisters of the Poor there for a while, but, oh, God, it's exciting. It really is. And I tell you what, I can hardly wait, because I'll tell you, we're going to play good.
Hey,
I promise you, we are going to play good.
Well, John, you've done, as we mentioned earlier, you've done everything to be a national champion. You've got to stay free of injuries, and you've done pretty well. You've got to, of course, play well. You've got to have the players you have it, and you've got to have an amount of luck. You've had that. And you've got, the schedule has been perfect. You're coming right up. You've had a week off, and here you have it.
Our destiny's in front of us.
That's
I
right.
mean, it's in our own hands. We don't have to count on anybody to beat anybody.
Before you leave, fellas, sign the football, because that's we've got a lot of great names on there this year. Our thanks to Kevin Leitner from Hastings, to Broderick Thomas from Houston. Fellas, good luck in the biggest game maybe in your lives, and we'll be hanging on. As John, good luck in this one.
Thank you.
The whole state of Nebraska and fans all around the country are going to be crossing their fingers right with you. Should be an outstanding game, and we'll have it for you coming up the following week. So we'll see you then.
Coming up next on Oil, we'll meet the millionaires who became